Chapter 198. That's impossible. Wu Yan's first reaction was to smile. Even though he's smiling, his heart sank because he knows who this Fukuoka is. Fukuoka is responsible for half of the sisters' current state of mind. Fukuoka was the one who gave the sisters their current mindset. That's why Wu Yan wouldn't believe it if someone else said it. But since it's Fukuoka, he has to believe it. Mikoto doesn't know who Fukuoka is, but she heard the words, Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Plan clearly. She panicked when she heard that this nightmarish plan was restarted. Are you telling the truth? Tell me. Mikoto yelled. If it wasn't for Wu Yan and the others, she wouldn't be able to hold herself back and grab Fukuoka's collar. Grabbing Mikoto's hand, Wu Yan pulled her to his side and consoled her. Mikoto, don't panic. Let's hear what she has to say first. Yan. Mikoto looked at Wu Yan worriedly. She nodded and backed away. Her eyes were glued to Tashin's body. She didn't look away at all. Fukuoka looked at everything coldly until Mikoto calmed down. Then she looked at Wu Yan. Looks like Misaka Mikoto trusts you a lot. Wu Yan smiled but didn't say anything. He asked in a low voice. Can you tell me what's going on? Why is the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Plan restarted? Clearly, there are very few sisters left, and they can't support the plan at all, right? Toshinobu gave Wu Yan a deep look. She's very confused. How did this young man know so much about such a highly confidential matter? The plan itself is the same, the sisters are also the same. Also, about the sisters being kidnapped, actually, I don't know why. Fukuoka thought for a while and said. Her voice was flat, but it wasn't hard to hear the helplessness in it. I don't know why? Hearing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why this plan that couldn't produce a result was actually started again. What was going on? Could it be Alistair's idea again? If that was the case, then what exactly was he planning? Seeing Wu Yan's distressed face, Mikoto couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache. It was all because of her fault that she came up with this plan, and Wu Yan not only brought her hope of salvation, but also put in a lot of effort for her sisters. Mikoto knew that all of this was for her sake. Mikoto's lips curled into a smile as she held onto Wu Yan's hand. A pair of tea-colored eyes met with Wu Yan's. There was an unprecedented gentleness in them. Wu Yan was almost sucked in by her gentle brown eyes. After all, Mikoto had never looked at him with such eyes before. Of course, this gentleness didn't last long. Mikoto turned her head away embarrassedly. Her cheeks were a bit red. Wu Yan found it funny. Mikoto looked at Fukuoka and hesitated for a while before asking softly. Why are you telling me this? Fukuoka went silent. She didn't answer Mikoto's question and instead looked at Wu Yan. Originally, I had a plan. I wanted to give the sisters mature thoughts and use their own resistance to the experiment to stop it. However, the hunter, who suddenly appeared, took the sisters away. I don't know what method he used, but the sisters were cut off from the Misaka network's data transmission. I lost track of the sisters' whereabouts, so this plan could only be buried deep. Hunter is the code name given by the higher-ups of Academy City to the culprit who took the sisters away. Since they had no way of knowing the culprit's identity and whereabouts, they gave him the codename Hunter. Wu Yan could only smile bitterly. Fukuoka saw Wu Yan's bitter smile, and for the first time, she smiled peacefully and changed her tone. Originally, I was worried about what the hunter would do to the sisters and what his goal was, but now. Fukuoka stared at Wu Yan and said, I'm not worried anymore. I think the hunter wouldn't hurt them. He was exposed. Wu Yan helplessly shrugged. He didn't have any objections to Fukuoka. Even though she participated in the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project experiment, she regretted it later, didn't she? She even wanted to save the sisters because of the guilt in her heart. So Wu Yan didn't have the intention to hide it from her and said with a smile, yeah, the hunter would never hurt them. Fukuoka smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. She then looked at Wu Yan with a heavy gaze. If the hunter wants to take the sisters away, he must be careful of one person. Wu Yan squinted his eyes when he heard Fukuoka's words. Accelerator. Yes, Fukuoka nodded. Accelerator, although I haven't met him before, I heard that he is very concerned about the problem of strength. The hunter took the sisters away. It can be said that the hunter is trying to limit his evolution. Accelerator will never let this go. Fukuoka paused for a while before she continued. Besides, there is a high chance that he will participate in the operation to capture the hunter. Wu Yan closed his eyes and smiled. Well, it's only a matter of time before we meet. Fukuoka was stunned. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Wu Yan glanced at the people around him. There's Mikoto, Chuyikos, Astria. With them around, I will never be afraid, not even if that birdman comes. Wu Yan's tone was filled with confidence and decisiveness. Fukuoka went silent for a while before she said helplessly, Then I can only wish you good luck. Bushu's letter left. Everyone looked at her back and stood there in a daze. They seemed to be digesting the news Bushu's letter brought. Only they knew what they were thinking. Yen, tell us, what should we do? Chuju's voice broke the silence. Ikaros and Astria looked at Wu Yan, even Mikoto did the same. Mikoto squeezed Wu Yan's hand and said seriously, This time, don't think about doing it alone. Wu Yan nodded with a bitter smile. Even if I want to do it alone, I won't be able to last until the end. So don't worry, there will be a time when you will come in handy. Wu Yan pondered for a bit after that. The most important thing right now is to know the specifics of the restart of the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project. For example, information and the planned experimental grounds. Ikaros, you're better at this, so I'll have to trouble you to hack into their database and get the specifics. Master? Ikaros didn't even hesitate and agreed. For her, Wu Yan is already her absolute master. Wu Yan chuckled when he saw the storm brewing on everyone's faces. Of course, we'll have to wait until we get back. For now, let's enjoy the Midsummer Festival. Agreed. Astria was the first to raise her hand. She returned to the dining table at the speed of light and continued to munch on her food, making everyone sweat. Seeing that Mikoto was still a little concerned, Wu Yan said softly, All right, don't think too much. Even if the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Plan is restarted, the worst-case scenario is the sisters dying. At that time, we'll just revive them. With the genetic life supplement, there won't be a problem. Mikoto glanced at Wu Yan and nodded. Her expression relaxed. She's still a bit worried, but at least it's not like he's going to die, right? Compared to this, you should think about how to handle your performance on stage. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile and said meaningfully, If you don't perform well, you know what will happen to your dorm supervisor. Cold sweat covered Mikoto's face. Chapter 199. The Midsummer Festival slowly came to an end with Mikoto's elegant violin playing. When they left the Tokuwadai dorm, Shokuha Misaki appeared. She didn't say anything, she just made a shooting pose at Wu Yan like she was aiming at her next target. Wu Yan broke out in cold sweat. The first thing Ikaros did when she got home was to hack into the Research Institute's database and steal information on the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project. The Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project has been restarted, using the reason that even if the number isn't enough for the first one to reach LV6, it can still shorten the time needed for the first one to reach LV6. The remaining sisters are included in the project. What a lame excuse. But it's undeniable that the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project has been restarted. This is an indisputable fact. Soon, the sisters will be hunted down again. Currently, the experiment was being reorganized. Once the reorganization was complete, the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project would begin. Such an outcome made everyone heave a sigh of relief. At least, there was still some time for everyone to prepare. Ikaros didn't just discover information about the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Plan, she also discovered information about 2 other plans. Although they're called projects, they're more like objectives. Wu Yan knows one of these objectives as well. It's for the higher-ups to reacquire Mikoto's DNA in order to complete the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project. If he could obtain Mikoto's DNA before all of his sisters died, then the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project would definitely continue. Even if they can't get Mikoto's DNA before the sisters die, they'll continue with the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project. So now, other than saving the sisters, Wu Yan and the rest have an additional mission, and that's to protect Mikoto. With Alistair's methods, even if Mikoto doesn't want to provide her DNA, he'll still do it in a roundabout way. Those guys who came to Wu Yan for help were just a small trick. In the original work, Mikoto was useless to Alistair other than providing him with DNA and a bit of combat power. But here, she's basically the center of the storm. Of course, with Mikoto's current strength, Accelerator wouldn't be able to do anything to her even if he wanted to. It's possible to defeat her, but to kill her like in the original, that's impossible. What Wu Yan had to guard against was only Alistair's secret methods, as well as Alistair's strongest fighter, Zeus. As for the other objective, Wu Yan was more or less surprised. It was the operation to capture the hunter. However, this was to be expected. After all, he had almost ruined Alistair's plan. It would be strange if Alistair allowed him to do as he pleased in his territory. If it weren't for the fact that a large number of his sisters were still in his hands, he might have killed them instead of capturing them. With the restarting of the Aptitude User Evolution Project, the higher-ups will definitely try to get their hands on Mikoto's DNA as soon as possible. Wu Yan thought that the people who came looking for him back then would have news soon. All the troublesome matters had quietly descended at this moment, including the trouble that appeared in front of Wu Yan. Long time no see, little Yan. Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki standing outside his door. She was looking at him with sparkling eyes. She seemed to be very happy to greet him. He had the urge to close the door. I say, Jusama? Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki strangely and forced a smile. I think I made myself very clear the other day. You came looking for me at this time. Do you really want to join my Crystal Palace? Don't tell me you don't welcome me. Shokuha Misaki cupped her face with her hands and looked at Wu Yan shyly. Her words made his body tremble. Something's wrong. That was Wu Yan's first thought after hearing Shokuha Misaki's words. Jusama? Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki cautiously and said with a headache. I really don't know what you see in me. You can't say that. Shokuha Misaki smiled shyly. Little Yan is a very good man. Wu Yan shuddered when he heard that. He got goosebumps all over his body. To be honest, even he himself couldn't figure out where this excellent came from. Hey, little Yan, let's not talk about this. Shokuha Misaki changed her tone and suddenly walked up to Wu Yan and hugged his arm. She laughed and said, Let's go on a date. Feeling Shokuha Misaki's soft body on his arm, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Why is this happening? He can guess what's going on. Shameless woman. Let go of Yan. Mikoto looked at Shokuha Misaki, who was smiling sweetly on the other side. Her brown eyes were filled with anger. When did you get here? Wu Yan looked up at the sky and sighed. Logically speaking, having two women in each arm should be a very good thing. However, Wu Yan didn't feel that way. He only felt like he was being cheated. How many times are you two going to do this, Jusama? Wu Yan sighed and complained. Can you stop playing around? I'm serious about going on a date with you. I'm not playing around. Shokuha Misaki turned her head away in dissatisfaction. As for how much of her expression was genuine, that remains to be seen. You woman! Mikoto was about to explode. You already know about my relationship with Yen, yet you keep coming here to seduce him. What the hell are you planning? Misaka-san. Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yan with resentment. Wu Yan felt goosebumps all over his body. She then said to Mikoto, Misaka-san, you're willing to share your man with other women, why are you so against me? They're different from you, Mikoto said without hesitation. Chuju and the others aren't as bad as you. Shokuha Misaki blinked and said something that made Wu Yan and Mikoto almost vomit blood. I'm so innocent, how can you say I'm bad? You're so innocent. Wu Yan and Mikoto's eyebrows twitched. Shokuha Misaki acted like she didn't see it and looked at Wu Yan. Little Yan, let's just ignore this middle school student and go on a date. The electric current started jumping around. It's obvious that Jusama's words hurt Mikoto greatly. In a blink of an eye, the two girls were in a new round of arguing. Wu Yan's ears were ravaged by the two girls. His head almost exploded. Why am I the unluckiest one every time? Is it because I didn't vote when I was reading? Is this karma? Looking at Jisama's smiling face, Wu Yan's heart was filled with resentment. It's all because of this girl. Shokuha Misaki, who was in the middle of arguing with Mikoto, suddenly froze. Her face was filled with disbelief. She slowly turned her head around like a machine and looked at Wu Yan's calm face. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she said with difficulty, What did I do? Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki innocently. Shokuha Misaki almost went berserk. As for Mikoto, she was puzzled. What is this girl up to now? Seeing Mikoto's puzzled expression, Shokuha Misaki gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yan. She said word by word, Don't do. Is that so? Then that's good. Wu Yan showed a brilliant smile which made Shokuha Misaki want to punch him. Wu Yan ignored Shokuha Misaki's expression and stood there calmly. One of his hands was kneading Shokuha Misaki's buttocks from an angle that no one could see. He praised her in his heart. As expected of the pampered Tokuwadai milady, Queen Shokuha Misaki, this feeling. Chapter 201. Since you're not willing to give up your blood sample, then I'll have to take it myself. Kakin Taidaku's tone was very calm when he said this. It was as if his next opponent wasn't Railgun, who was only one rank lower than him, but a LVL0 powerless. Kakin Taidaku didn't put Mikoto in his eyes at all. Even though Mikoto's ranking was only one place lower than his, but with his dark matter, he dared to challenge Accelerator, who was in first place, let alone third place. Indeed, if Mikoto was still the Mikoto from Academy City, then even if she was only level 68, which was only one rank lower than the current Kakin Taidaku, with the dark matter's infinite possibilities, Mikoto would still be no match for him. But now it's different. The current Mikoto was no longer level 68, but level 70, tier 8. Even if Accelerator was here, he might not be able to do anything to the current Mikoto, let alone the retarded Accelerator, who was killed in the end. Wu Yan looked at Kakin Taidaku with pity in his eyes. He knew that with Mikoto's personality, Kakin Taidaku had thoroughly angered her. Even if Mikoto didn't kill him, this Kakin Taidaku wouldn't have it easy. Facing the impending battle, Mikoto's expression was calm, as if the angry person wasn't her. She looked at Kakin Taidaku with the same calm expression. Shokuha Misaki had been quietly watching the whole thing unfold without saying a word. With her ability and mind, she had already guessed the whole story. Even if it wasn't much, it wasn't too far off. Even if it wasn't much, it wasn't too far off. Shokuha Misaki turned around and looked at the smiling Wu Yan. She asked curiously, Aren't you worried about your little girlfriend? You know, the opponent is the second strongest person in Academy City, other than the first. Your little girlfriend is no match for him. Wu Yan glanced at Shokuha Misaki and shrugged. I think, instead of worrying about Mikoto, it's better to worry about that Birdman. Shokuha Misaki looked at the two of them with interest, and then said to Wu Yan, You have so much confidence in your little girlfriend? Just watch quietly and you'll know. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Mikoto. There's a hint of absent-mindedness in his eyes. She's no longer the Misaka Mikoto of the past. The soft whisper made Shokuha Misaki's body tremble slightly. She suddenly remembered the first time she met Wu Yan, and what Wu Yan said to her. Maybe you think I'm talking big, but what I want to say is, Mikoto is destined to not stay in a small place like Tokuwadai. She has a bigger world waiting for her. That's where she will shine. A bigger world. Shokuha Misaki mumbled, looking at Mikoto. The stars in her eyes are twinkling. Who knows what she's thinking on the stage? Kakin Taidaku looked down at Mikoto with contempt. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Number 3, do you know what my ability is? Without waiting for Mikoto to answer, Kakin Taidaku continued, My ability is called dark matter. Its purpose is to create new substances. It doesn't refer to substances that have yet to be discovered, it refers to substances that don't exist in this world to begin with, and I can set all the physical and chemical properties of these substances. Do you know what this means? The more he spoke, the wider the smile on Kakin Taidaku's face, the more disdainful he looked at Mikoto. This means that I, who can create new substances and give them the physical and chemical properties of dark matter, have a lot of ways to nullify your electric shocks. Your ability to manipulate electricity is useless against my dark matter. Kakin Taidaku said proudly to Mikoto. How are you going to fight me like this? Mikoto didn't say anything, she remained silent. It's like the calm before the storm, it's very oppressive. Kakin Taidaku didn't know what Mikoto was thinking after hearing his words, but it's undeniable that Mikoto's calm demeanor made him feel pressured. On the other side, Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki heard Kakin Taidaku's words. They both gasped in surprise at the power of dark matter. Kakin Taidaku is indeed the strongest ability user after Accelerator. He can create substances at will even if they don't exist in this world, but to be able to touch upon the field of creation, even if it's just a little, it's already extraordinary. Kakin Taidaku, who had the dark elemental substance, was like a golden armament that only a golden armament of the 9th stage was qualified to wear. Even if a Tier 8 fighter with a gold armament can't win against a Tier 9 fighter, but in the realm of Tier 8, he's at the pinnacle. Just like Ikaros, she's invincible within Tier 8. And Kakin Taidaku with dark matter is the same, in the realm of Tier 7. He's at the pinnacle of the pinnacle. It's no wonder that even an idiot like Accelerator would be fooled by him. Even Mujino Shizuri, who's only 2 tiers lower than Kakin Taidaku, was almost beaten to a pulp by him in the original work. Kakin Taidaku does have the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, it's only in the realm of Tier 7. Beep beep beep. Blue and white electricity. Ferociously flowing on Mikoto's body, Tokuwadai's school uniform danced from the flow of electricity, the electricity illuminating Mikoto's body. It also illuminated Mikoto's face. The electricity circled around Mikoto's body, then under Mikoto's control, the electric gun shot out towards Kakin Taidaku, who's flying in the sky. Kakin Taidaku turned a blind eye to Mikoto's taser gun. His wings fluttered and rolled up like a spider's legs, blocking Kakin Taidaku's front from the attack. The electric shock spear struck the wings of the dark matter. The electric current circled around the wings before it was extinguished into nothingness. The wings automatically returned to their original position and Kakin Taidaku's face reappeared in front of everyone. He cracked a smile. Your ability is useless. It's not too late to regret now, I just need a little blood sample. Looking at the unharmed Kakin Taidaku in the sky, Mikoto didn't answer him. Instead, she used her actions to prove herself. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. The electricity around her body surged. Her computing power was fully activated. The ear-piercing sound of electricity rang in Kakin Taidaku's ears like glass, causing him to feel pain in his ears. Mikoto's body was surrounded by a large amount of electricity. Her bangs fluttered even though there was no wind, making her look like the god of thunder. The original bluish-white electric current had become much brighter at this moment. Moreover, it was faintly silvery white. Seeing this, Kakin Taidaku's pupils shrunk. His eyes hurt from the bright electricity and he couldn't help but close them. Shokuha Misaki, who was beside him, was also shocked. They could feel that at this moment, Mikoto had become even stronger. Only Wu Yan's lips curled into a smile. His eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at Mikoto. Mikoto is finally going all out. Mikoto lowered her head and looked at Kakin Taidaku with her electrified face and said softly, "If your ability is what gives you the right to do whatever you want, then..." Mikoto took out a small token from her pocket and placed it in her hand. Countless electric currents surged towards Mikoto's token, forming a small white. At the same time, she raised her hand towards Kakin Taidaku. "Let me destroy it." Chapter 202. But between heaven and earth, only light remained. The lightning moved at an unimaginable speed towards the token in the owner's hand. The small token glowed with a bluish-white light and the powerful aura changed the direction of the wind. In terms of physical strength, Shokuha Misaki's combat power is only at 5%. The strong wind blew her voluptuous body left and right. If it wasn't for the distance between them, she would have been blown away. Shokuha Misaki's eyes widened in disbelief as she raised her hand in front of her face to block the dust that was about to hit her face. What the hell is going on? How did Misaka Mikoto become so strong? That was the only thought running through Shokuhun Misaki's mind. Shokuhun Misaki was familiar with Mikoto and she was certain that Mikoto wasn't this strong in the past. At this moment, Shokuhun Misaki suddenly remembered what Wu Yan said earlier. She looked towards Wu Yan's direction with great difficulty. Soon, Wu Yan's calm and smiling face entered Shokuhun Misaki's vision. Is it because of him? Only Shokuhun Misaki knew what was going on in her mind. However, Kakin Taidaku's thoughts were obvious because his thoughts were written all over his face. Crossing his arms in front of him in a defensive posture, Kakin Taidaku's face was filled with disbelief. It was as if he was deceived by the whole world. Kakin Taidaku screamed madly in his heart as he looked at the petite figure below him that was emitting a terrifying aura that made him tremble uncontrollably. This is impossible. After a moment of disbelief, Kakin Taidaku's face was completely twisted with madness. Looking at his trembling hands, Kakin Taidaku looked at Mikoto. At this moment, another figure appeared in front of Kakin Taidaku's eyes, white hair, red eyes, and dressed in a striped prison uniform. He was as thin as a match. The man who made Kakin Taidaku tremble in fear for the first time in his life. Now, the people were different. However, the same thing was happening again. In Kakin Taidaku's eyes, the girl with tea-colored hair and tea eyes seemed to be a white-haired demon with red eyes. Then, in Kakin Taidaku's eyes, they gradually merged into one. This kind of thing. How is that possible? The fear in Kakin Taidaku's heart had completely crushed his rationality. He roared madly, and the 3 pairs of wings on his back flapped violently. Instantly, a white beam of light shot out from the wings. Mikoto looked at the beam of light that was getting closer and closer to her, but she ignored it. She raised the coin in her hand and aimed it at the beam of light, at the crazed Kakin Taidaku behind it. When the white light beam was only a centimeter away from Mikoto, the orange light beam dispelled the white part of the light beam. The white light beam was torn apart in an instant. A thick orange light beam tore through the white light beam and shot towards Kakin Taidaku at a speed not visible to the naked eye. Like a meteor streaking across the sky. The railgun landed on Kakin Taidaku's body with a powerful force. Boom! The railgun that could penetrate anything in its path landed on Kakin Taidaku's body. Instead, the sound of a missile exploding was heard. In a blink of an eye, the area where Kakin Taidaku was standing was shrouded in black smoke. His figure could no longer be seen clearly. All that was left was the orange light of the super railgun, leaving behind a tiny orange light. Mikoto lightly brushed her bangs with her hand that was glowing with blue and white lightning. She snorted lightly. Her brown eyes had a trace of satisfaction. She seemed to be very happy that the railgun shone again. Shokuhun Misaki stared blankly at the heroic Mikoto in the center of the battlefield. She, who had always been against her, was now immersed in her opponent's railgun that lit up the sky. She couldn't regain her senses for a long time. Wu Yan, on the other hand, had an excited smile on his face. No matter how many times he watched Mikoto use the railgun, he still couldn't get enough of it. In the sky, a corner of the area that was shrouded in smoke suddenly protruded out. A battered and exhausted figure with tattered clothes flapped 3 pairs of equally tattered wings and rushed out. He fled into the distance with all his might. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's line of sight. She still went easy on him, looking at Mikoto who was walking towards him. Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of helplessness. But it will only last for a moment. If Mikoto really did kill that almighty second brother, Wu Yan would be more surprised. Mikoto! Shokuhun Misaki looked at Mikoto seriously as if she was getting to know her all over again. She then turned her attention to Wu Yan. Looking at the helpless expression on Wu Yan's face, Shokuhun Misaki thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. She looked like a little girl who just saw candy. Things are getting more and more interesting. Academy City, School District 7, inside the windowless building. In the strange space, the strange and surprising figure was still floating in the liquid that seemed to be nourishing him in an omnipotent and unchanging manner. He was gently floating in the liquid that seemed to be nourishing him. In front of Alistair, there was also a floating screen. Alistair, as usual, was doing his job as a voyeur. On the screen, there was the scene of Kakin Taidaku appearing in front of Mikoto, the scene of Mikoto rejecting Kakin Taidaku's request, the scene of them clashing, the scene of Mikoto's electrocution being ineffective, the scene of Kakin Taidaku mocking Mikoto. Of course, there was also the scene of Mikoto using her railgun to kill Kakin Taidaku. After Kakin Taidaku ran away and Mikoto walked towards Shokuha Misaki, Alistair turned off the screen in front of him and went into deep thought. If Shokuha Misaki, Mikoto, or Kakin Taidaku were here, they would realize that the scene was exactly the same as what happened to them. The only thing missing is Wu Yan's figure. Perhaps in this silent space, there was someone who couldn't stand it anymore. Unable to bear the loneliness, he began to make his own voice, breaking the silence of this space. Your calculations have been negated. Alistair didn't say anything. He knew what the owner of the voice was talking about. A chess piece jumping out of your plan? In my memory, this is the first time something like this happened to you, right? Amidst the noise, a male or female voice rang out again. This time, Alistair finally reacted. It's not really jumping out of my plan. Misaka Mikoto is still within my calculations, but the plan needs to be changed. A chess piece will always be a chess piece? As expected of you. The owner of the voice said this. It's hard to tell if it's a sarcastic comment, or maybe it's nothing. When Alistair heard this, he immediately closed his eyes. Only his calm voice still echoed in this space. But the railgun wasn't part of my plan in the first place. Misaka Mikoto herself was just a part of the plan. Her mission was to provide the DNA to complete my plan. What about now? The chaotic voice said again. No matter what, the opponent has more or less exceeded your expectations, right? Alistair opened his eyes. There was no anger in them, only calm and tranquility. The railgun is still a chess piece. Oh! The owner of the voice seemed to be interested. Has he turned from worthless to a pawn that can be used? This time, Alistair had nothing to say. Misaka Mikoto's ability has indeed exceeded his expectations. Ability assessment was a secret assessment made by Academy City to determine the potential of a person's superpower development. It meant that the moment a person was born, the extent of their superpower development was already predetermined. Just like Mikoto, her attainment assessment was LV5. But now, Mikoto's ability had completely shattered her quality judgment. Chapter 203. The owner of the messy voice knew about the accomplishment judgment as well. It could be said that as long as Alistair knew about it, there was nothing she didn't know. However, the owner of the voice didn't know what Alistair was thinking. After all, he was stronger than Alistair, but in terms of intelligence, the owner of the voice had never met anyone who could surpass the person in front of him who had been with him for a long time. That's why when Alistair fell silent, the owner of the voice knew that Alistair must be thinking about something. Thus, the owner of the voice also fell silent. Alistair recalled the day when the first Misaka sister was stolen. Ever since that day, his plan that had never deviated from its original plan was messed up. The theft of the Misaka sisters was the first time in his life that he had miscalculated. Inside Academy City, no one could escape his control. Because of the existence of the hovering loop, Alistair was able to control every single change in the city. On the other hand, the disappearance of Misaka's sister had completely destroyed Alistair's confidence in the hovering loop. With Alistair's personality, of course, he would not be angry about it. Instead, it was a harsh reminder. It reminded him not to rely on the hovering loop too much. Since then, Alistair had gradually organized an effective intelligence network. Combined with the hovering loop that had not diminished in function, he had once again brought everything that happened in Academy City into his control. He thought that with his calculations, his plan would be back on track soon. Who would have thought that Misaka Mikoto's strength would once again exceed his expectations? Alistair realized that ever since the disappearance of the first Misaka sister, everything seemed to be revolving around a central point and gradually changing, as long as he could control that central point. Recalling the series of events that didn't make sense, Alistair closed his eyes again. The hunter. At the same time, in the sky above Academy City, A shocking piece of news suddenly appeared on the screen of the floating airship that had never been seen descending. Mikoto's picture appeared on the screen of the airship. Beside it was a message: Academy City's third-ranked railgun, Misaka Mikoto, has won the battle against Academy City's second-ranked dark matter, Kakin Taitaku. From today onwards, Academy City's LVL5 ranking has been reorganized. Super Railgun, Misaka Mikoto, has risen to second place. Kakin Taitaku, the dark matter, fell to third place. When this message appeared on the screen of the floating airship and was seen by everyone in Academy City, the entire city was in an uproar. The super electromagnetic gun had risen from third to second place. The impact of this matter was not small, especially to those who were in the dark and knew about the accomplishment judgment. This was like a heavy bomb to them. It bombarded them until their minds went blank. Misaka Mikoto, who was supposed to be third place and unable to surpass the first two, suddenly broke the judgment of accomplishment judgment and tree diagram designer. He had overturned his own estimation. What did it mean to overturn the judgment of accomplishment? This meant that the so-called trash that they had treated as ants and casually abandoned in the past was very likely a mistake. As for those white mice that they treated as treasures and studied every day, it was very likely that they would become a huge flaw in their research. The research that revolved around the topic of ability would be beaten black and blue. And in Academy City, wasn't the topic of ability the most important topic? All the research related to accomplishment judgment and the use of accomplishment judgment would all be overturned. How could the scholars who had become famous because of this research and were currently researching it not go crazy? Of course, all of this only happened in the dark side of Academy City. On the bright side of Academy City, where hard work is the key to improving one's ability, there wasn't as much of a commotion. Other than Tokuwadai, on this day in Tokuwadai, Mikoto's picture was hung all over the screens and walls of the school. The girls of Tokuwadai were also celebrating their trump card becoming the strongest existence in the entire Academy City other than the number one. Those Missy who already had a crush on Mikoto to begin with fell even deeper into the trap now. Strangely enough, Tokuwadai's other LV5, Shokuha Misaki, seemed to be acting strangely regarding the fact that Mikoto had become the second most influential person in Tokuwadai. Shokuha Misaki, who viewed Misaka Mikoto as her greatest rival, was actually acting like she didn't care at all. Shokuha Misaki, who was usually in charge of the Queen's factions, suddenly acted like she didn't care at all. As for why this happened, only Shokuha Misaki herself knows the answer to that question. Academy City, School District 7, Wu Yan's house. Cheers! Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu gathered together and raised their drinks and clinked them together. Misaka-senpai, congratulations on becoming number 2. Ruko said to Mikoto in high spirits. Ueharu beside her also smiled happily. It was obvious that they were really happy about Mikoto's ranking. Thank you. Mikoto rubbed her head embarrassedly. Wu Yan was speechless. She was the one who wanted to celebrate her ranking. With Wani-sama's ability, becoming number 2 is only a matter of time. Kuriko proudly put her hands on her hips. For someone who likes Mikoto the most, she was the happiest one here. The second place is only temporary. Soon, Wani-sama will defeat the first place and become the strongest metahuman in Academy City. Kuriko clenched her fists in anticipation. Her eyes were filled with stars as she looked at Mikoto in a daze. Wani-sama, my beautiful and powerful Wania, please allow me, Kuriko, to use my loving embrace to express my excitement. After that, Kuriko disappeared and reappeared in Mikoto's arms. She hugged Mikoto's waist tightly and rubbed against Mikoto's chest that was slowly being developed by Wu Yan. Kuriko, let go of me. Being hugged by Kuriko in such a hurry in front of everyone and even Wu Yan, Mikoto is both embarrassed and angry. She quickly grabbed Kuriko and pulled her away. The two of them started messing around, causing everyone to laugh. One has to say, Kuriko really has the ability to turn everything into a joke. Wu Yan looked at Kuriko messing around with Mikoto with a smile on his face. but he was deep in thought. Mikoto becoming number 2 is indeed a good thing, but at the same time, it also means that Alistair saw the fight between Kakin Taidaku and Mikoto. But then again, so be it. Mikoto was already the target of the public when the sisters were stolen and the DNA map was stolen by him. Now, it just made the situation even more chaotic. Perhaps he could even take advantage of this chaos to fish in troubled waters and rescue the rest of his sisters once and for all. Of course, that's a matter for the future. At this time, Wu Yan's phone suddenly rang, causing the noisy scene to go silent. This means that even though they were messing around, their attention was still on Wu Yan, including Kuriko, Weharu, and Ruko. After all, he was the only male here. How could he not be noticed? Wu Yan smiled apologetically at everyone and took out his phone. He looked at the number on the screen and tilted his head in confusion. All the people he was familiar with were here. Who else would call him? And it's an unknown number. Confused, Wu Yan picked up the phone right under everyone's eyes. Hello. On the other side of the phone, when Wu Yan picked up the call, the person on the other side of the phone went silent. After a while, a very annoying voice came out. Young man, do you still remember me? Chapter 204. When he heard the voice on the other side of the phone, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. Everyone looked at Wu Yan, who suddenly acted strangely, and looked at each other. Wu Yan does recognize this voice. The only person who would use such an annoying term like young man and have the same annoying voice is the one who came to him that day and asked him to take Mikoto's blood. That guy with the eyes. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of the girls, Wu Yan waved his hand to signal them to be quiet and then pretended to be confused and said, You? Who are you? Do I know you? Young man, you forgot me so quickly. It seems that I didn't leave a deep impression on you that day. We have to find a chance to stop you again. After that, there was a burst of strange laughter, which made Wu Yan roll his eyes. Too good at pretending. Since the other party knows how to act, Wu Yan naturally knows how to act as well. He exclaimed in shock. That look, it's so realistic. You are the guy with glasses that day. On the other side, when the guy with glasses heard Wu Yan's words, he seemed to be swallowed. He didn't know what to say, but he didn't tell him his identity. He couldn't let him know his identity, so he could only sullenly say, Yes, I am the guy with glasses that day. Wu Yan secretly laughed twice and then hesitantly said with a trembling voice, Why are you looking for me? The guy with glasses sneered twice. This time, his voice was really cold, which proved that he was a little angry in his heart. Young man, you seem to have forgotten that you still owe me a favor. I didn't forget. I've always remembered it, really. Wu Yan shouted in panic, which made the guy with glasses think that Wu Yan was afraid. Only the girl sitting in front of Wu Yan could see that under Wu Yan's panicked expression, there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Is that so? The guy with glasses deliberately dragged his words. But why haven't we received any news about it yet? Did you really get Misaka Mikoto's blood? Due to the silence in the room, the voice on the other end of the phone was exceptionally loud. Naturally, the words of the bespectacled man reached the ears of the women who were trying their best to eavesdrop, including Mikoto. She stood up with a swoosh. She looked at Wu Yan with a look of surprise. Her eyes are filled with all sorts of questions and suspicions. She no longer wanted to know the identity of the person on the other side of the phone, but if they were here for the blood in her body, then it could only be related to the Absolute Ability User Evolution Project. And if she didn't hear wrongly, that person seemed to be looking for Wu Yan to steal her blood, and Wu Yan seemed to have agreed. How could Mikoto not be confused? Of course, it was only a suspicion. If she suspected that Wu Yan was in cahoots with the other party, she would be the first to not believe it. It's just that Mikoto was too sensitive about wanting to steal her blood and Wu Yan quickly gestured for Mikoto to calm down. Mikoto sat down, but it was obvious that her face was a little pale. Another attempt to steal her blood. Since Mikoto heard it, the others naturally heard it too. As an insider, Chuju's expression turned serious. Astria didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Kuriko, Ruko, and Weharu's faces were filled with confusion. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have picked up the phone so openly. Mikoto and Chuju were fine, he didn't intend to hide it from them, but how should he deal with Kuriko and the other two? I haven't gotten it yet. You should know that Mikoto is now the second in line. I'm just a powerless, how do you expect me to get her blood? That's none of our business. The bespectacled man rudely said. How you do it is your business, we only want results. But Wu Yen deliberated over his words and carefully said, anyone would be suspicious if you say you want to take someone's blood for no reason, the bespectacled man snorted. The reason I approached you was because I heard that you and Misaka Mikoto seem to be quite close. With your relationship, the chances of you obtaining Misaka Mikoto's blood is very high. And if you can't complete the mission, even though they were separated by a phone, Wu Yen could hear the underlying threat. It's nothing more than being useless and getting rid of him. This tone made Wu Yen very unhappy. He could only suppress his displeasure and act like a movie king once again. You give me some time, you don't have much time. The bespectacled man slammed the table hard. Wu Yen could hear the bespectacled man's impatience. We must get Misaka Mikoto's blood today. That's too much. Wu Yan's mind was spinning like crazy. It seems like Mikoto defeating Kikin Taidaku and becoming the second in line has affected them greatly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry. The bespectacled man had no choice. After all, Mikoto defeated Kikin Taidaku and overturned Academy City's Secret Research Institute's judgment on her. The implications are too great. Now, there must be a lot of people who want to dissect Mikoto so that they can figure out how she was able to break the judgment. Of course, this includes them. This wasn't just about the absolute aptitude evolution plan anymore. It also involved the ability judgment. If he could find out how Misaka Mikoto broke through the ability judgment, would he be able to use this method on other people? If they can, then they can help others break the judgment and create countless super aptitude users. The moment they thought of this, the researchers went crazy. Every one of them had their eyes set on Mikoto. The bespectacled man was the same. I said, this is your business. The bespectacled man said angrily. Tonight, I want to see Misaka Mikoto's blood. After you get Misaka Mikoto's blood, you'll get? Wu Yen was stunned when he heard the address given by the bespectacled man. The address given by the bespectacled man was the research institute where the remaining Misaka sisters were gathered. After giving the address, the bespectacled man didn't give Wu Yen a chance to speak and hung up. Wu Yen held the phone in his hand for a long time. When he did, he was overjoyed. This was a great opportunity to sneak into the research institute openly and save his sisters. Yen, what's going on? Who's that person? Seeing Wu Yen put away his phone, Mikoto couldn't wait any longer. She wanted to know everything. Wu Yen sighed. He knew that Mikoto was anxious. After all, this was one of her worries. But Kuriko and the rest were here. How am I supposed to answer your questions? Wu Yen had no choice but to tell them about the deal he made with the bespectacled man. Of course, he didn't tell them anything about the absolute aptitude user evolution plan. Kuriko, Ruko, and Ueharu were all confused. Why did the other party want Mikoto's blood? But one thing was for sure, it wasn't anything good. Hence, under the influence of justice, and since it was related to her sister, Kuriko immediately expressed her opinion. This matter is already classified as a crime. We, the Conduct and Discipline Committee, have the right to investigate this matter and arrest the mastermind behind it. Wu Yen laughed bitterly. If the higher-ups of Academy City could be arrested by a group of students, then there wouldn't be so much darkness in Academy City. Kuriko, it's better if you don't get involved in this. Kuriko was stunned. She immediately complained. Why? This is a serious matter. It's better if you don't get involved. Without waiting for Kuriko's reply, Wu Yen looked at Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. I have a plan. Chapter 205. At night, Wu Yen went to a research facility alone. Actually, Wu Yen has been to this facility quite a few times already. Almost every night, he would come here at least once. Back then, he was sneaking around. This time, he came here in broad daylight. Looking at the tall building in front of him, Wu Yan's eyes flashed, and then he walked up. Almost at the same time, the door of the research institute opened. 2 security guards came out from inside, holding batons in their hands, looking at Wu Yan, full of vigilance. The 2 security guards looked at each other, then without hesitation, put the batons in their hands in front of Wu Yan, and stopped Wu Yan. "This is a private area, we don't accept visitors, please don't come any closer." Hearing this, Wu Yan took 2 steps back and said to them, "I was invited by the people here, that's why I came here." When Wu Yan said this sentence, on the side of the door, there was a device like a doorbell, and the owner of the voice was the glasses man. "He was invited by me, bring him in." The 2 security guards quickly said yes, and then brought Wu Yan in. One of them led the way, and the other stood behind Wu Yan. It felt like they were escorting him. Along the way, Wu Yan passed by a lot of robots that looked like garbage cans, and even passed by layers of guards. Looking at the heavily guarded research institute, Wu Yan hated it so much that his teeth itched. Almost every time, it was these hateful guards and endless precautions that made him return empty-handed for many nights, and he couldn't save even one of his sisters. If it weren't for his sisters still in this research institute, Wu Yan would have been annoyed by them and directly attacked. Of course, attacking by force was definitely not a good idea. After all, the number of sisters was very small, and the people in the research institute had a lot of opportunities to transfer the sisters while he was attacking. At that time, he would return empty-handed. But today was different. As long as he could sneak into the research institute, Wu Yan had enough confidence to rescue his sisters. Soon, Wu Yan was brought to a room. The bespectacled man was sitting in the room, pacing anxiously. When he saw Wu Yan, he revealed a happy smile. He casually waved his hand and dismissed the 2 security guards who were leading the way. It seemed that the bespectacled man had a very high status in this research institute. "Young man, you really keep your word." The bespectacled man walked in front of Wu Yan, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly. That pretentious look made Wu Yan almost unable to hold back and beat him up. He could only pull out an ugly smile. "Since you're here, it means that you've obtained Misaka Mikoto's blood, right?" The bespectacled man couldn't wait any longer. His eyes were shining with fanaticism. The way he looked at Wu Yan was exactly the same as the way Gakuo looked at the controlling brain. However, Wu Yan knew that the bespectacled man wasn't interested in him, but Mikoto's DNA. "Don't tell me you didn't get it?" The bespectacled man retracted his smile when he saw Wu Yan's silence. His face was filled with murderous intent. If Wu Yan dared to say the word "no," the bespectacled man wouldn't go easy on him. Wu Yan finally reacted. He lifted his head and grinned at the bespectacled man. Then he punched the bespectacled man's face. The bespectacled man's nose bled and he fell to the ground. He twitched twice and fainted. "I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time now." Wu Yan kicked the bespectacled man twice to vent his anger. Then, an electric current flashed across his forehead. Outside the research institute, in a corner, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria were hiding here. Chuju was looking in the direction of the research institute while Mikoto had her eyes closed. Nobody knew what she was doing. At a certain moment, a blue and white electric current suddenly flashed on Mikoto's forehead without warning. She opened her eyes almost as soon as the electric current flashed. "Yan's signal?" Chuju asked. Mikoto nodded. Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria exchanged glances with Mikoto. They all took out a crystal-like scroll. "Return scroll." Without hesitation, the 4 girls crushed the scroll in their hands. The fragments of the scroll turned into specks of light and attached themselves to the 4 girls. Then, in a flash, the 4 girls disappeared. Inside the research institute, in front of Wu Yan, white specks of light crawled out from the ground like fireflies. More and more of them appeared. Soon, the specks of light turned into light and illuminated the entire room. When the light dimmed, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria appeared in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan chuckled and casually threw away the brick in his hand. After all, the teleportation point of the town return scroll can't be set on a person's body. Wu Yan could only resort to trickery and set the teleportation point on the brick before bringing it in. The four girls saw Wu Yan and immediately ran to Wu Yan's side. Mikoto looked at the unconscious bespectacled man on the ground and frowned. She said unhappily, "Is he the one who wants my blood?" Wu Yan nodded. Mikoto smiled sinisterly and shot out a taser gun. The unconscious bespectacled man's body was charred black. He twitched nonstop and turned into a frog in his sleep. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. "Sis Cannon sure knows how to hold a grudge." Wu Yan quickly stopped Mikoto when he saw that she was going to use another taser gun. "Alright, he'll suffer. Let's find the sisters first." Mikoto reluctantly stopped when she heard about the sisters. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Mikoto would kill the bespectacled man. Although he also wanted to, looking at the bespectacled man on the ground and the girls, Wu Yan said in a low voice, "Let's proceed with the plan." When Wu Yan said that, Mikoto immediately turned her unwillingness into her boss's unwillingness. "Are we really going to ask that woman for help?" Wu Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Yeah, in this situation, she's the most suitable person to do it, but..." Mikoto was still a little reluctant. "We have the system's item list. There should be something suitable in there, right?" There is indeed something suitable in the item list. But at this time, it's better to let a professional do it. After all, what we're going to do is more human-like. Wu Yan tried his best to persuade her. If possible, he wouldn't want an outsider to get involved. But, to be safe, this is necessary. Plus, the other party probably wouldn't go around telling others about this. Probably, all right, I understand. For the sisters, I'll bear with it." Wu Yan could only smile bitterly again. He crushed a return scroll and disappeared from the spot. Not long later, a familiar light appeared in the room. When the light faded, Wu Yan appeared with a woman. "Era, I didn't expect that you would do something so illegal. I'm really surprised." As soon as the woman appeared in the room, she immediately taunted Mikoto. Mikoto clenched her teeth and told herself to bear with it. "All right, Jusama. You should hurry up and finish your business." Wu Yan could only remind her. Otherwise, she might really attract attention. Shokuha Misaki pursed her lips and stopped trying to attract Mikoto's aggro. Instead, she turned her head and looked deeply into Wu Yan's eyes. She was simply too curious. How did the man in front of her bring her here in an instant? Teleportation ability? But doesn't he have the same ability as Misaka Mikoto? Or, is there another secret? Thinking of this, Shokuha Misaki couldn't help but lick her lips. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan. She didn't hide her curiosity and interest towards Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Seeing how Shokuha Misaki wanted to eat him alive, Wu Yan couldn't help but cry. He was sure that if she could, Jusama wouldn't hesitate to use her ability on him 70 or 80 times to force him to spill the beans. Chapter 206. The two security guards at the door didn't notice anything that happened in the room. They stood there dutifully to prevent any accidents from happening. After all, they were the ones who brought Wu Yan in. They are responsible for escorting Wu Yan out. Otherwise, if the person they brought in causes a ruckus here, they will be the ones to die. Until a certain moment, a sound came from inside the room. "Come in." Hearing the familiar voice, the two security guards pushed the door open and walked in. The first thing they saw was the young man they brought in. Then they looked at the man in glasses. "Take him out." The man in glasses ordered. The two security guards nodded and escorted Wu Yan out. If you look closely, you will notice that the man in glasses had a blank look in his eyes. Wu Yan obediently followed the two security guards out of the lab. When Wu Yan walked out of the lab, the two security guards didn't say a word. They turned around and closed the door behind them. Wu Yan walked away as if he didn't see anything. When he couldn't see the lab anymore, Wu Yan stopped. He took out a return scroll and crushed it. Wu Yan's vision blurred and he reappeared in the lab. Just as Wu Yan appeared, Mikoto, Chuju, Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuha Misaki appeared out of thin air. They were holding a cloak in their hands. Shokuha Misaki touched the cloak curiously. Her eyes were shining with curiosity. "What kind of cloak is this? It can turn invisible." Wu Yan shrugged and said, "A cloak that can turn invisible, Of course it's the invisibility cloak. Shoko Misaki didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Wu Yen with her starry eyes. Her lips curved into an intriguing smile. She even tapped her lips with her finger. One day, I'll definitely make you spill all your secrets, she thought. Wu Yen saw Jusama's expression, but he didn't care. If Jusama can blackmail him into telling her about herself, she wouldn't be able to run away when the time comes. With that in mind, Wu Yen turned around and looked at the man in glasses. So, what happened to this guy? Shokuho Misaki said. The part about your memories and today's events are mostly deleted. Wu Yen released a sigh of relief and he smiled at Shokuho Misaki. Thank you, Queen. Shokuho Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. No need to thank me. Remember what you promised me. After hearing this promise, Mikoto expressed her dissatisfaction, and Hinajuku was also quite displeased. The two girls turned their heads away, out of sight, out of mind. Wu Yen smiled sheepishly. Of course I won't forget. No matter how I look at it, I'm the one who got the better end of the deal. He went through a lot of trouble to get Jusama to help him, and in the end, he got a date with her. Wu Yen didn't know what Shokuho Misaki was up to, but he's the one who got the most out of this. I'm looking forward to it. Koosama covered her smile and took out a crystal scroll. She looked at it curiously and looked at Wu Yen with a bit of reluctance. What an interesting thing. You have to give me more next time, little Yen. Wu Yen rolled his eyes. He knew that Shokuho Misaki's attention to him had increased by 100% due to the series of magical items. However, Koosama was smart enough to know what to ask and what not to ask. She held herself back from asking. After Shokuho Misaki crushed the return scroll and disappeared, Mikoto and Chuju turned around and looked at Wu Yen with serious expressions. Mikoto even looked a bit excited. Finally, she could be of help. Wu Yen nodded at everyone when he saw them looking at him. Let's do as we said. Mikoto and I will sense the location of the sisters and rescue them. This time, I must save all the remaining sisters. The girls nodded with determination. Wu Yen smiled in relief. However, his smile soon froze on his face. He was completely stunned. The special event detected. Sudden mission issued. Sudden mission, Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project, restarted in advance. Under the arrangement of the researchers, Accelerator was heading to the experimental site. There, the military clone, Sister Misaka, was on the brink of death. Mission, find the experimental site of the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project and rescue the dying military clone Misaka sister. Mission reward, equipment, items, ability and summoning points 10,000 points. The special event detected. Dungeon Mission 2 restarted in advance. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission, Rescue. Mission 1, save 20,000 Misaka sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Mission reward, equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points 100,000 each. Mission 2, defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City, Accelerator. Mission reward, randomly summon a character. Mission 3, locked. How did this happen? Wu Yen was speechless. The sudden activation of the Absolute Aptitude User Evolution Project caught Wu Yen off guard. He was supposed to rescue the remaining sisters, wasn't he? Then, what's going on? Why did the experiment suddenly start? Wu Yen still hasn't recovered from the sudden turn of events when Mikoto yelled at him in a panicked manner. If it weren't for the fact that he did something beforehand, her voice would have attracted the attention of the people in the research facility. Hearing Mikoto's words and the serious expression on the girls' faces, Wu Yen was taken aback. You all know about it? Chuju nodded and said in a serious tone, the system has already shared the mission with us. Looks like this is a little urgent. It's more than urgent. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Now, whether or not we can find the experimental site is a problem, what should we do? Mikoto's face turned pale. If we don't stop it soon, that sister. Wu Yan fell silent and smiled bitterly in his heart. Even if it wasn't for the mission, Wu Yan couldn't just watch one of his sisters die in front of him, let alone Mikoto. The most logical thing to do now is to continue with his plan and rescue the remaining sisters. As for the sister that's undergoing the experiment, he can use the genetic life serum to save her. But forget about Wu Yan, no one here would want to do that. Because they all treat their sisters as human beings, not tools to be manipulated. They can ignore their deaths and look at them rationally. They can't do it. Yan, Mikoto, calm down. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto in a panic and unable to calm down, Chuju quickly stepped forward to stop them. Hurry up and think of a solution, that's the most important thing. There's a way, there's a way. She said that, but her expression didn't calm down. She's still running around in circles. Wu Yan, on the other hand, calmed down first. Looks like we have to split into 2 teams. One team will stay here and rescue the sisters. The other team will go and stop Accelerator. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and finally said, "Let me go to Accelerator." "You're going?" Hinajuku frowned. "Yen, Accelerator is definitely a Tier 8 fighter. You're only a Tier 7, you're no match for him." Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Chuju's words hit his weak spot. But Mikoto and Chuju don't know anything about Accelerator. He's the only one who knows a thing or two about Accelerator. If I don't go, who will? Chapter 207. After explaining the reason to Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria, the 4 girls went silent. They really don't know Accelerator. Forget about his abilities, they don't even know what he looks like. Wu Yan, on the other hand, knows Accelerator very well. Not just his looks, but his personality and abilities as well. That's why there's no reason to stop Wu Yan, but you're not Accelerator's match. You might not be able to do anything even if you go. Seeing Wu Yan's determined expression, Chuju couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The other 3 girls also had the same expression. They're worried something will happen to Wu Yan. Wu Yan smiled and comforted them. "Don't worry, it's not like I don't have a return scroll. If worst comes to worst, I'll just take the sisters and leave. If that's the case, what about the second mission? Aren't we supposed to defeat Accelerator?" Chuju looked at Wu Yan as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. "With your personality, there's no way you'd run away without even trying." Wu Yan went silent. He felt helpless. He has to admit that Kaisha-sama knows him well. If he didn't try, there's no way he'd run away. Mikoto suddenly said, "Yen, I'll go with you." Wu Yan bitterly smiled. "Mikoto, I understand how you feel right now. But if both of us go, who's going to sense the sisters' location? We're the only ones who have the ability to sense the sisters within a short distance." "But..." Mikoto hesitated. She doesn't want him to take the risk alone. "But, there are sisters on both sides, how do you expect her to choose?" "No buts." Wu Yan held Mikoto's shoulder and said solemnly, "Leave that sister to me. You have to save the other sisters. That's our promise." Mikoto lowered her head when she saw Wu Yan's irrefutable look. "But that doesn't mean the others will too." Wu Yan felt something tugging at his back. He turned around and saw Ikaros looking at him with her indigo eyes. There was even a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Master," it was just a sentence, but the meaning behind it was clear to everyone. "Ikaros, you can't go either." Wu Yan ruffled Ikaros' hair. "You're the strongest among us. We only have one accelerator. But if you're exposed, you'll have to face the entire research facility." Wu Yan's gaze then turned to Ikaros. "At that time, you, who have an unparalleled advantage in group battles, will definitely be the best candidate to deal with them." "But, Master..." Ikaros's expression slowly turned into one of deep worry. Her expression is so sad that anyone who saw it couldn't help but feel pain in their heart. Wu Yan felt the same way. "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Wu Yan softly comforted Ikaros. "If it comes down to it, I'll run away. Don't worry, okay?" Ikaros' eyes fluctuated rapidly. Her inner struggle was evident. Looking at Wu Yan's gentle gaze, Ikaros could only nod. In return, Wu Yan smiled. Astria stood in front of Wu Yan and she yelled at him. Then, master, let Astria accompany you. Astria even waved her arm to show off her strength. That Fong something guy, Astria won't lose to him. This time, Wu Yan didn't object. It's true that with his own strength, defeating Accelerator would be extremely difficult. If he didn't know the original author and have a good understanding of Accelerator's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult at all. He might have even fallen into despair. After all, Accelerator's ability is terrifying. Vector manipulation. As long as he touches it through his skin, he can freely manipulate the direction of kinetic energy, heat energy, electrical energy, etc. He can reflect all physical attacks. In theory, even a nuclear explosion wouldn't hurt him. He can even temporarily affect the rotation of the Earth. To be honest, if it was just him alone, even if he knew Accelerator's weakness, he wouldn't have the confidence to beat him. However, with Astria on his side, it's a different story. As a melee angel, even Ikaros can't compare to Astria in terms of melee combat ability. In theory, Astria can't defeat Accelerator, who can reflect all physical attacks. However, with Astria's understanding of melee combat, it won't be hard for her to defeat Accelerator. As long as Astria can execute an attack that exceeds Accelerator's computational ability, Accelerator won't be her match. With two rare armaments that are infinitely close to gold armaments, Wu Yan believes Astria can defeat Accelerator. Thinking of this, Wu Yan didn't object. Alright then, Astria, you're coming with me. Astria's face lit up. Yes, master. Chuju didn't say anything about Wu Yan's decision. It's not that she isn't worried about Wu Yan. It's just that she's the weakest in the group other than Wu Yan. She won't be of much help even if she goes with them. Chuju had no choice but to ask. Then, how are you going to find Accelerator? Wu Yan lowered his head and thought for a while. After a while, he touched the biocontainment device in his hand. Looks like I can only rely on my sisters. You're thinking of... Wu Yan nodded. He touched the biocontainment device and a figure identical to Mikoto appeared in front of everyone. She looked around in a daze, and when she saw Wu Yan, she froze in place. Misaka found a weirdo. Misaka said in surprise. Wu Yan's face twitched. Why are you calling me a weirdo? Because you're the thief who stole the Misakas and the good person who healed them. But you're also a pervert who locked them up in a dark place to sleep. That's why I'm calling you a weirdo. Misaka tried to explain to the weirdo in front of her why he's a weirdo. Even at this critical moment, Wu Yan was still stunned by Misaka's sister's powerful speech. However, Misaka's sister didn't pay attention to him anymore because she noticed Mikoto. It's Wani-sama, Misaka said in surprise. I'm happy to be able to meet Wani-sama. Hearing this, Mikoto felt a surge of warmth in her heart. At the same time, her determination to save her sisters grew even stronger. I'm happy to be able to meet you too. But, sister, I have something I need your help with. You're the only one who can help me. After Mikoto finished her explanation, Misaka's sister was silent for a long time before she lifted her head and spoke. Why do you want to save the Misakas? Their bodies are borrowed and their hearts are fake. They only cost 180,000 yen per body. All you need to do is press a button and you can make them. Mikoto bit her lips so hard that she almost broke her skin. Wu Yan clenched his fists and hugged his sister. Mikoto was stunned by the scene in front of her. Who said your bodies are borrowed? Who said your hearts are fake? Wu Yan vented his anger by shouting. Your bodies, your hearts, they were all cut off from Mikoto's body. It's Mikoto's DNA that made you. Everything you have belongs to Mikoto. I'm not from the research institute of those bastards. So, don't humiliate yourself. Misaka sis was stunned. Her lifeless eyes moved a little. She mumbled. Everything we have belongs to Wani-sama. That's right. Wu Yan looked into her eyes and he continued in a gentle tone. So, for the sake of your Wani-sama, I beg of you, sis, please help us. For Wanima, Misaka sis looked at Mikoto. She saw the excitement and guilt on Mikoto's face. For Wani-sama. Chapter 208. Night. On a deserted street, a man and two women were running wildly in a certain direction. One of the women was even carried on the man's back due to lack of physical strength. Misaka's sister had her eyes closed. Every once in a while, she would open her eyes and point in a certain direction. Wu Yan and Astria were running in that direction, hoping to catch up to the experiment before it starts. The biocontainment device on his hand disappeared. Wu Yan gave it to Mikoto. Ikaros, Mikoto, and Chuju are there, so Wu Yan wasn't worried about them. He just needed to focus on this side. If it weren't for Wu Yan and Astria's strong bodies, they would have collapsed from exhaustion by now. Until a certain point, the sister finally said something. "It's right in front," Misaka said confidently. Wu Yan didn't speed up. Instead, he stopped and allowed Astria, who was running behind him, to crash into Wu Yan. Her voluptuous breasts pressed against Wu Yan's back and bounced off Wu Yan. Wu Yan stumbled and almost fell to the ground from Astria's voluptuous breasts. He didn't know what to feel. Was he glad that he put Misaka's sister down first? Or was he hoping that Astria crashed into Misaka's sister? If it wasn't for the timing, he might have screamed in pleasure. "Master!" Astria acted like nothing happened. She looked at Wu Yan in confusion. She didn't understand why he suddenly stopped. The same goes for her sister. Wu Yan sighed helplessly when he saw Astria's confused expression. He just told her something and she forgot about it. What should he say to her? Wu Yan didn't explain. He took out a capsule from his inventory. Astria was enlightened when she saw the capsule. She took out a capsule from her inventory as well. Transformation capsule changes the user's appearance and physique to 100%. The user must consume a reversion capsule to restore their original appearance. 2,000 item points. The transformation capsule is the item Ikaros and Astria used to stop the hounds an item. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want to expose himself. After all, it's easier to do things while hiding in the shadows. The moment Wu Yan and Astria consumed the polymorph capsules, their figures and appearances changed completely. Even if someone familiar with them came here, they wouldn't be able to recognize the two of them. Ignoring Misaka Sis, who is calmly yelling that the weirdo and his companions transformed, Misaka Sis exclaimed in shock. Wu Yan ran forward. Astria and Misaka Sis quickly followed after him. Soon, a barren rocky ground appeared before their eyes. The rocky ground was very spacious, and Misaka's sister, who was about to conduct her experiment, stood in the middle of it all, as if she was afraid that no one would be able to find her. "Where's Accelerator? Is he not here yet?" Wu Yan looked around and didn't see Accelerator. He let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed. After all, Accelerator was his second mission. Misaka's sister saw Wu Yan and the others running towards her. She asked, "Are you guys here to save Misaka?" Misaka said with an inexplicable feeling. "Is Accelerator not here yet?" Wu Yan wasn't surprised that Misaka's sister knew he was here to save her and accepted his rescue. After all, Misaka's sisters are connected to the Misaka network. Whatever he said to one of them, she would know as well. Wu Yan nodded when Misaka's sister nodded. Wu Yan looked at the two identical sisters and asked, "Which sister are you?" Misaka is a military clone. Her serial number is 00001. Misaka answered honestly. She was unhappy that the weirdo didn't know her serial number. This is the Misaka's sister who led the way. Wu Yan didn't expect to get 00001 out of a random sister. Or should I say, his luck. Misaka is a military clone. Her serial number is 10032. Misaka introduced seriously. This is the sister who was going to conduct her experiment. However, her serial number surprised Wu Yan. 10032. Isn't that the sister who was saved by Tumei in the original work? What a coincidence, she's the one who will be restarting the experiment. Looking at Misaka 10032, Wu Yan didn't see anything special about her. She was saved by Tumei in the original work, and now he saved her. She's pretty much the same as the other sisters. Ugh, that's nonsense. All right, sisters. Wu Yan only used their serial numbers to identify them. Wu Yan was against calling them by their serial numbers. You should leave this place first. It will be dangerous if you stay beside the battle later. Wu Yan could have just left with the sisters. However, this is related to his second mission. Wu Yan didn't want to leave without trying anything. At least with Astria around, they still have hope. Misaka 00001 nodded. Misaka 10032 asked. Are we going to Wani-sama's place? Misaka asked expectantly. That's right. Wu Yan stuffed a return scroll into Misaka 10,032's hand and said with a smile. Go find your Wani-sama, she's waiting for you. Misaka 10032 nodded. Her eyes flickered as she accepted the return scroll from Wu Yan. Astria's crimson eyes flashed. She looked at a corner and called out to Wu Yan. Master? You're here? Wu Yan slowly turned around and looked at the direction Astria pointed at. There, a figure slowly walked out from the shadows. White hair, red eyes, striped clothes like a prisoner. His body was as thin as a stick. He looked like he could be pushed down by a strong gust of wind. If it wasn't for the vicious expression on his face, no one would believe he's the strongest ability user in Academy City. Accelerator. Accelerator. Level 70, Wu Yan's pupils shrunk. He's level 70, tier 8. Accelerator was stunned when he saw the two Misaka sisters and two strangers. He said impatiently, What's going on? Who are you two? Are you here to inform me that I have to kill 2 more puppets for today's experiment? I don't care. Anger flashed in Wu Yan's eyes. The way he looked at Accelerator also turned hostile. Even if it wasn't for the mission, just because of what he said just now, Accelerator must be beaten up today. Wu Yan lowered his head and ignored Accelerator. He said to the two sisters, You two, leave first. The sisters looked at Wu Yan and then at Accelerator. They nodded and crushed their scrolls before disappearing into thin air. Spatial ability? Accelerator looked at the spot where the Misaka sisters were standing and said in shock, What's going on? How did those puppets know how to use spatial abilities? Puppets. Wu Yan closed his eyes and calmed his emotions. He looked at Accelerator with a calm expression. Wu Yan's expression showed how angry he is. When Accelerator was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. He frowned and picked up the phone impatiently. Hey, what's going on? The person on the other side of the phone said something and Accelerator's impatience disappeared. When the call ended, Accelerator was expressionless. He looked at Wu Yan and Astria with a sinister smile. I see. You want to stop me from becoming invincible? Then prepare to die. Chapter 209. Ding. Sudden quest completed. Obtained 10,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, summoning points. After Misaka's sister teleported away, the sudden quest completion notification popped up. However, Wu Yan didn't have the energy to pay attention to it. Master? Be careful. Astria thought Accelerator was too much of a threat to Wu Yan, so she stood in front of Wu Yan with a serious expression. I have to admit, Astria is very intimidating when she's in combat mode. Accelerator smiled indifferently. He tilted his head back a bit and made an extremely arrogant and disdainful expression. He said with an evil smile, You're coming too? Well, it doesn't matter. They're all trying to stop me from becoming invincible. I'll just kill them all. Accelerator. Wu Yan suddenly raised his head and looked at Accelerator with a serious expression. I didn't want to be your enemy. Accelerator couldn't help but smile disdainfully. I thought that the person who came to stop me would be someone who overestimated himself. It turns out that you can't even be called overestimating yourself. You're just a coward. After saying that, Accelerator continued, Well, that's normal. After all, I'm Accelerator. When he said this, Accelerator's tone was filled with pride and imperceptible sorrow. Then, he laughed loudly, and his laughter was particularly unpleasant to the ears. Wu Yan glanced at the laughing Accelerator, but he didn't refute the guy's words. Accelerator probably thinks he's afraid of Accelerator's title, that's why he said something like that. He didn't know that Wu Yan said those words because Accelerator's name will be cleared in the future. That's why Wu Yan didn't save the little girl in the final production first. But it's different now. Even though Accelerator will be cleared in the future, He treated his sister like trash, a puppet, and an existence that can be killed at will. That alone is reason enough for me to beat him up. Accelerator's laughter got softer and softer. He looked at the man and woman in front of him who didn't react at all. He pursed his lips and smiled sinisterly. Then, before I hunt those mannequins, let's do a warm-up. With that, Accelerator raised his foot and gently stomped on the ground. A violent shockwave spread out. The shockwave spread across the ground. With Accelerator as the center, the ground within a 5-meter radius crumbled into dust. The ground shook violently. Wu Yan and Astria quickly stabilized themselves. They jumped back a few meters and looked at Accelerator at the same time. What a strong destructive power! Tilting his head and smiling evilly, Accelerator softly spat out 2 words. Die. Pebbles floated up from the ground, and after pausing in the air, the pebbles rushed towards Wu Yan and Astria in a frenzy, creating sonic booms in the process. Wu Yan didn't doubt that these pebbles could penetrate his body. He raised his hand and black iron sand shot out from the ground. It wrapped around Wu Yan and formed an iron wall to block the incoming pebbles. Astria's eyes glowed red. A blue and white round shield appeared on her wrist out of thin air. She raised it in front of her. A transparent crystal barrier formed by data extended from the edge of the shield. It covered Astria's body. The pebbles hit the barrier, but they only made a few crackling sounds before disintegrating into dust. Aegis equals 1 area of effect shield. Astria's strongest shield. Yo, I'm going to start too. After Accelerator's attack was over, Astria roared with vigor. She took out her super photon blade and swung it behind her. Astria! Astria dashed towards Accelerator at an unimaginable speed. Accelerator's face fell when he saw her speed. The blade landed on Accelerator's body. Astria felt a huge force coming from the hand holding the blade. She was sent flying back at a speed faster than she was flying. Wu Yan helplessly face-bombed. He already told her that she can't attack Accelerator directly, she has to change her strength. Yet she still slashed at him like a fool. As expected of an idiot, Astria finally remembered Wu Yan's instructions. She lowered her head and flew back to Wu Yan's side. She glared at Accelerator with a huff. Looks like he's blaming someone else for this. Astria's attack should have been reflected back at Accelerator. She should have taken quite a bit of damage. However, there wasn't even a scratch on Astria's body. Accelerator was surprised to see this. You're pretty fast. Looks like your defense isn't bad either. Accelerator's mocking smile disappeared. He looked at Astria with a dark expression. However, your attack is useless. He spread his hands, and the surrounding atmosphere suddenly fluctuated. Under Accelerator's control, a huge tornado quickly appeared around him, revolving around his body. Play with me for a bit longer. Don't die so quickly. Accelerator looked at Wu Yan and Astria. Then, the tornado headed towards Wu Yan. Why me? Of course, no one could answer this question. The black waves turned into a similar tornado, but this one was black in color. It had nothing to do with wind, it was just a sand wave made of iron sand. The iron sand tornado collided with the real tornado. Wind and waves spread out in all directions. The 2 tornadoes canceled each other out. They didn't deal any damage to each other. However, the ground shook and rocks rained down on Wu Yan. A golden figure stood in front of Wu Yan. He raised his small round shield and a data shield appeared at the same time, blocking all of the rocks. Wu Yan saw Astria blocking Accelerator's attack for him. He clenched his fist and an iron sand sword formed in his palm. Wu Yan rushed out from Astria's side and appeared in front of Accelerator in an instant. The man appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Accelerator was surprised. Of course, he was surprised by the man's speed. How are these 2 so fast? However, Accelerator didn't care about the iron sand sword coming at him. Instead, he flashed Wu Yan a disdainful smile as if he's mocking something. With Reflect, who can hurt him? The black iron sand sword stabbed viciously at Accelerator's chest. When it came into contact with Accelerator, the iron sand sword was shattered by an unknown force. Accelerator looked at Wu Yan's hand and was stunned. With the strength of the other party's attack just now, after it was reflected, that hand should have been crippled. Why was it completely fine? He quickly threw this thought to the back of his mind. His attack was ineffective anyway. It's useless. Accelerator grinned at Wu Yan. His grin is ugly. He lifted his leg and the place where Wu Yan is standing was enveloped by a cloud of dust. Wu Yan stepped back and quickly retreated. He looked at his hand that was holding the iron sand sword. It was trembling. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn. He clenched his fist and ignored the blood flowing out of his wound. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and showed a troubled expression. As expected, it's not easy to change the direction of your attack when it comes into contact with Accelerator's reflect. But, looking at Accelerator not far away, Wu Yan grinned. He shook off the blood on his palm and formed another iron sand sword. It wasn't a complete failure. Wu Yan's hand was still there. That is the best proof. Chapter 210. It hadn't even been a minute since the battle started, but the originally intact rocky ground had been destroyed into a mess, as if it had been plowed by something. The one who did all this is the man standing in front of me, Accelerator. It had to be said that Accelerator's ability was truly terrifying. He only needed to exert a little bit of force, and he could magnify it countless times, causing such great destruction. Any attack that comes into contact with Accelerator will be reflected back at him. Both his attack and defense are terrifying. There's no way to deal with him. Of course, this so-called unsolvable was only relative. At this time, Accelerator's expression was very gloomy because the man and woman standing in front of him were able to withstand his attacks for so long. They said that they wanted to accompany him for a bit longer, but after a while, Accelerator became angry. They should be at least LV5 by the looks of it. Why haven't I heard of them before? Accelerator narrowed his eyes. He didn't want to think about it anymore. His foot stomped on the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, the ground shook once again. The ground that was already in a mess was once again ravaged. Accelerator didn't know how he changed the force he applied. Distorted stone pillars were sent flying from the ground like spikes. They swept through the path between Accelerator and Wu Yan and Astrea. They came crashing towards Wu Yan and Astrea. Black iron sand gushed out from the ground and formed into iron whips around Wu Yan. The iron whips lashed out at the stone pillars and smashed them into smithereens. Haha. So what? Accelerator laughed like a madman. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. More irregular stone pillars shot out from the ground. This time, not only Wu Yan and Astrea are in front of them, even behind them, left and right, irregular stone pillars shot out from the ground and rammed into the two in the middle. Wu Yan was shocked. So was Astrea. If she could use her wings, this attack wouldn't be a problem. But it's too late to use her wings. The irregularly shaped stone pillars that were attacking them from all directions quickly arrived beside the two of them. Then they slammed into the two of them. Boom! The four irregular stone pillars collided with each other, creating a loud bang and burying Wu Yan and Astrea's location. Accelerator smiled disdainfully. It was as if he had just killed a chicken instead of a human. His entire being was filled with evil and the taste of a villain. As for what he was thinking, only he himself knew. Accelerator's disdain didn't last long. As a red flame illuminated his expression, the area buried by the irregular stone pillars began to tremble. Red flames were emitted from the middle of the colliding stone pillars. As the red flames were emitted, a powerful saber light shot out from the middle of the irregularly shaped stone pillars. The irregularly shaped stone pillar was smashed into smithereens. Rubble scattered all over the place. Wu Yan and Astrea appeared in the midst of the dust storm. Accelerator's expression darkened when he saw them. Wu Yan is holding an item in his hand, a light katana. It's none other than the Nigata no Shana. Using chaotic return to horizon waltz. To break the irregular pillars wasn't that hard, but it still made Wu Yan's face covered in dirt. Luckily, this appearance isn't his real appearance. Master, are you okay? Astrea didn't seem to care about the dust on her nose as she asked Wu Yan in a hurry. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh at her antics. I'm fine. Looks like he's fine. Accelerator's voice entered their ears, causing them to frown. Accelerator glanced at the irregular stone pillar that had been blasted apart by the red sword light and turned into a pile of rubble. He clicked his tongue and snorted. This level of attack can't hurt you? Looks like it's not destructive enough. Wu Yan's lips twitched when he heard this. You almost turned this place upside down and you're saying it's not destructive enough? So what if I did? Aren't you still standing there, alive and kicking, provoking me? Accelerator laughed. Gradually, his smile turned into a maniacal laugh. If I become invincible, do you think small fries like you would still dare to provoke me? Accelerator pointed at Wu Yan. All of you want to step on me and steal my title. Even small fries like you who have never heard of me can provoke me, isn't that so? Wu Yan ignored Accelerator's rambling. He looked at Accelerator with pity in his eyes. This guy who can't even dream of getting what he wants is probably the most pitiful of them all. Accelerator didn't know if he was venting or just saying it casually. He snickered when he saw no reaction from Wu Yan and the others. As long as I become invincible, no one will dare to provoke me. Since you want to stop me from becoming invincible, then die. The wind changed direction. The cyclone formed by the violent winds roared and bellowed above Accelerator's head. Master! Wu Yan looked at the cyclone above Accelerator and then at Astria's serious expression. He nodded after a moment of silence. Astria smiled and a data frame appeared in her eyes. At this moment, the whirlwind was already heading towards the two of them. Behind them, there were also huge rocks that covered the sky and covered the earth, falling like meteors. Wu Yan took a step back in the face of such a terrifying attack. He focused his attention on Accelerator Passage. While Accelerator Passage slid, Wu Yan grabbed Nyataniza with both hands. Astria's crimson eyes were filled with sci-fi vibes as she looked at the incoming rocks and wind. Her back trembled slightly and a pair of pure white wings emerged from her back. Wings! Accelerator frowned. He didn't care about Astria's wings. After all, Kakin Taidaku, who always coveted his position, also has wings. He has 3 pairs of wings. Accelerator frowned because he didn't know why, but he had a bad feeling about this. Finally, the cyclone and the falling rocks arrived. Astria let out a shout and flew into the sky. She arrived at the closest point to the cyclone at supersonic speed and slashed with her sword. A bright light shone from the cyclone and Astria's lightsaber. At the same time, Astria sliced the cyclone apart with a single slash. The tornado was sliced apart and turned into wind blades. The wind blades scattered on both sides of the ground. When the tornado was sliced apart, the falling rocks also arrived in front of Astria. Aegis equals 1, area of defense. Activate. Astria's shield shone brightly and a crystal-like wall of data emerged from the shield. She looked at the data in front of her eyes and the shield shone brightly. The range was several times wider than the Aegis equals L, area-type protective shield, that he had used before. Boom! 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 The continuous barrage of boulders slammed into Astria's Aegis AoE defensive barrier, causing a series of loud explosions before shattering into pieces. The Aegis AoE defensive barrier let out a few muffled thuds, but they couldn't damage Astria's Aegis AoE defensive barrier in the slightest. As the number of large rocks decreased, the small meteorites that were falling from the sky also disappeared. Accelerator's face turned gloomy again. He knew that he had underestimated his opponent again. His strength, attack power, and defense power. Chapter 2:11. Everything returned to normal. Only the scars on the ground told everyone that this place wasn't peaceful at all. Of course, this peace is only temporary. Like a shooting star, a silhouette with a glowing red blade silently appeared in front of Accelerator. Accelerator's expression changed slightly as the red glow of the blade filled his vision. Wu Yan hesitated when he saw Accelerator's expression. He's hesitating if he should use his full strength. If his attack gets reflected, he'll be in big trouble. Of course, In less than a second, Wu Yen tightened his grip on the sword. The hesitation in his eyes disappeared, leaving behind only determination. A bright red glow filled the entire blade of the Nemia Shana. I must succeed this time. Chaotic returned to Horizon Dance. The arc-shaped sword shot towards Accelerator at a very close distance. Accelerator's expression changed slightly before he regained his composure and shouted at Wu Yen, who was standing in front of him. "Didn't I tell you? Is it useless?" The blade of Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance was stopped by an unknown force just as it was about to land on Accelerator's body. Then, the blade of light suddenly twisted. The blade of Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, which was supposed to slash at Feng Tong's chest, changed direction under the influence of an unknown force and slashed at Feng Tong's shoulder. What? Accelerator's expression changed greatly. He reflexively took a step back. After that step, the saber light slashed down on his shoulder. After a loud explosion, Accelerator's location was covered by a cloud of black dust. As for Wu Yen, he leaped and left the area the moment he used Chaotic Return to Horizon Waltz. "We did it!" Astrea cheered in the air. She flapped her wings and drew a beautiful arc in the air. She landed beside Wu Yen and a few pure white feathers floated down from the sky. "We won, Master," Astrea said happily to Wu Yen. However, Wu Yen only responded with a bitter smile. "You won? It's not that easy." Wu Yen looked at the dust-shrouded area in front of him. Astrea was taken aback and she quickly turned her head to look at the dust-shrouded area. A breeze blew the dust away. When the dust dissipated, Accelerator appeared in front of Wu Yen and Astrea. His body was covered in black dust. He was holding his shoulder with one hand. Blood was slowly flowing out from there. Accelerator lowered his head, making it impossible for others to see his expression. He raised his trembling hand to cover his shoulder. When he saw the blood on it, his vermilion pupils abruptly constricted. "Blood?" With a hint of shock, confusion, and even more disbelief, he mumbled. He looked at the blood on his hand and suddenly smiled. "Ha! Ha ha! Ha!" As if he had gone mad, Accelerator ignored the burning blood on his shoulder. He looked at the blood on his hand and laughed crazily. Wu Yen tightened his grip on his sword. Astrea took a step back and said weakly, You. Did he turn into an idiot? How can he laugh when he's injured?" Accelerator raised his blood-stained hand high in front of his face, as if it wasn't blood but a lottery ticket. He laughed crazily. "Blood? It's blood. I'm actually bleeding. I'm actually injured. Ah, Master, what's wrong with him?" Astrea tugged on Wu Yan's clothes. Accelerator is filled with malevolence and malice. Astrea couldn't help but feel a little intimidated by the eerie atmosphere around him. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. He looked at Accelerator in silence. He felt something was wrong with Accelerator. Accelerator's laughter stopped abruptly. He turned to Wu Yan and said expressionlessly, "Hey, you injured me." A monstrous killing intent emanated from Accelerator and enveloped both Wu Yan and Astrea. Astrea was fine, she just narrowed her eyes. Wu Yan, on the other hand, felt a chill down his spine as he furrowed his brows. Wu Yan and Astrea's expression changed. Astrea reacted the fastest. She hugged Wu Yan before he could react. She flapped her wings and flew into the air. In the next second, the place where Wu Yan and Astrea were standing was reduced to rubble. None of the rubble was bigger than a finger. Wu Yan and Astrea looked at the ground in shock. On the ground, with Accelerator as the epicenter, not a single piece of land was left unscathed. Wu Yan gulped. Other than Ikaros, Wu Yan has never seen such destructive power before. "Master!" Astrea's voice pulled Wu Yan back from his daze. When Wu Yan regained his senses, he looked up. Countless rubble filled his vision. Astrea flapped her wings. Hugging Wu Yan, she couldn't use her Aegis-type shield. She could only rely on her outstanding maneuverability to dodge the incoming rocks. Soon, countless tornadoes appeared behind the rubble and charged towards Wu Yan and Astrea, who are still in midair. "Ah, this is so annoying!" Astrea screamed. She flapped her wings and tried to distance herself from the tornadoes to avoid getting hit by the rubble and tornadoes. The tornadoes have caught up with the speed of the rubble. The tornadoes sucked the rubble into the tornadoes. The tornadoes blew Wu Yan and Astria's hair into the air. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before they get hit. With Wu Yan as a burden, Astria can't go all out. Wu Yan shouted, "Astria, let go of me." Astria was stunned for a moment before she shouted, "Master, we are in the air." "Alright, don't worry about it. I have a plan. Let go of me." Astria's expression changed as she hesitated. Her speed actually slowed down for a moment, allowing the tornado to hit her. Startled, Astria could only grit her teeth and release Wu Yan. She raised her small round shield and activated Aegis equals LE shield. The debris and tornado hit the Aegis area of effect barrier, but they were all stopped. I have to admit, Astria's defense is definitely on par with Accelerator. After using Aegis equals L to defend against Accelerator's attack, Astria looked at Wu Yan and she released a sigh of relief. The black iron sand formed a platform in the air. Wu Yan stood on top of the iron sand. Wu Yan was just giving it a try. He controlled the flying iron sand to form a landing point to support himself. He didn't expect it to work. Astria was happy. She didn't expect Wu Yan to have a plan. However, she was shocked again. She shouted at Wu Yan, "Master, be careful." At the same time, a figure appeared in front of Wu Yan. He was supported by 4 tornadoes. He looked at Wu Yan with a sinister smile. Wu Yan's pupils shrunk to the size of a pinprick. The only thing he can see is Accelerator's hand that's slowly approaching his face. Accelerator's ability, vector manipulation. He can change the direction of vectors. This includes the direction of a human's blood and the direction of a bioelectric current. If Accelerator touches him, Wu Yan will die. "Master!" Astria shouted. She ignored the rubble and tornadoes. She deactivated Aegis and flew towards Wu Yan. Chapter 212. Many thanks to Dancing with the Maples for the huge reward. Book friends have created a group, 389999078. If you are interested in chatting with everyone, you can join. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. All that was left was the trembling of the collapsed ground and the roaring of the air. It was as if there were only 3 people left in the world. One was standing on a floating mass of iron sand with a frozen expression on his face. One was riding on 4 tornadoes with a sinister smile on his face. His hand was raised towards that frozen face. One was frantically flapping his pure white wings and flying towards the 2 people who were facing off. Behind him, there were rocks falling from the sky and violent tornadoes chasing after him. At this most dangerous moment, the mental dragon armor in Wu Yan's mind trembled violently. A wave of energy spread out from the small mental dragon armor and passed through Wu Yan's body. A transparent dragon-shaped armor suddenly formed from the energy wave and covered Wu Yan's body. At this crucial moment, it blocked Accelerator's seemingly weak but fatal hand. Accelerator was stunned. The front of his hand was blocked by this strange transparent armor, causing him to be unable to react for a moment. Looking at Accelerator's hand that was blocked by the mental dragon armor, Wu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. He had never felt that death was so close to him before. The sound of Wu Yan sucking in a breath of cold air woke up Accelerator, who was unable to react. It made him realize that his attack was blocked once again. Immediately, Accelerator's face turned angry. The hand that was close to the mental dragon armor grabbed fiercely. He instantly used the vector manipulation ability and the vector in his hand suddenly changed. With a bang, the mental dragon armor that saved Wu Yan's life shattered into countless transparent fragments. They turned into formless waves and returned to Wu Yan's mind. This time, Wu Yan finally realized what was going on. He waved his hand fiercely and slashed Accelerator's body. However, he was quickly sent flying by the reflected force. He smashed into the ground full of rocks and was buried by them. Accelerator spat when he saw Wu Yan using his own strength to increase the distance between them. His face was filled with displeasure. Compared to injuring his opponent, he wanted to kill him in an instant more. Accelerator's body flashed, and he wanted to control the tornado behind him to chase after him. However, at this moment, a figure accompanied by the sound of wind explosions appeared behind him. "How dare you hurt Master?" Astria's expression was cold. The data in her eyes flashed with a cold light. Accelerator's body stiffened. Then, Astria swung her Chrysor, super vibration photon blade, and sent Accelerator flying. "This is impossible." Accelerator's mind was filled with such thoughts as he flew backwards. As he felt the intense pain coming from his body, Accelerator finally understood that his reflection had lost its effect for the second time. The first time was fine. Even though Accelerator's reflection didn't reflect Wu Yan's attack back, it at least changed the direction of the blade that was supposed to hit his chest. This proved that his reflection still worked. But this time, it didn't work at all. Accelerator's consciousness was still in a state where his reflection didn't work. Astria flapped her wings and appeared in front of him again. The data in her eyes flashed coldly. Accelerator's expression changed. Bam! Accelerator was sent flying again after a dull thud. Accelerator's reflex was still effective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit by Astria's Chrysor, super vibrophoton blade, with only a slight pain. When Accelerator was sent flying again, Astria appeared in front of him again with her Chrysor, super vibration photon blade. Bang! 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 Accelerator was sent flying by Astria like a sandbag. He didn't have time to react. Astria's terrifying speed didn't allow Accelerator any time to react. Every time he was sent flying, Astria would appear in front of him and send him flying again. Damn it, Accelerator's reflection couldn't keep him unscathed anymore. Even if he didn't get hit by Astria, he was severely injured. The intense pain turned Accelerator's eyes red. The whites of his eyes were bloodshot. He was enraged to the extreme. His face was distorted. Despite being sent flying again, Accelerator spread his arms. The atmosphere fluctuated with Accelerator's movement. A giant tornado formed at an incredible speed. Under Accelerator's control, it swept towards Astria. Astria was furious because Accelerator injured Wu Yan. She ignored the tornado and spread her pure white wings to the maximum. She flew towards Accelerator with terrifying speed. The distance between the angel and the tornado was shrinking. Both of them were moving at an incredible speed. They closed the distance between them in less than a second. A giant tornado descended upon them. Astria remained expressionless. She raised the small round shield in her left hand and activated Aegis equals L, area of effect shield. Astria braced herself against the tornado with Aegis equals 1, area of effect barrier. She flapped her wings and the Aegis equals 1, area of effect barrier, tore the tornado apart. Suddenly, the angelic girl in the sky braved through the tornado and tore it apart. Then, she rushed toward Fang Xingjian without slowing down in the slightest. Accelerator's expression changed again and again. However, he couldn't stop Astria from coming. The angel wielding the lightsaber mercilessly sent him flying again. After several hits, Accelerator finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. He crashed into the ground and got buried under the rubble. He suffered the same fate as Wu Yan. Astria didn't even pant after such an intense exercise. She glanced at the spot where Accelerator landed with an indifferent gaze. Bam! The rubble that buried Accelerator's body exploded. Accelerator stumbled and stood up shakily from the rubble. It was obvious that he had taken quite a bit of damage. Feeling the sharp pain and powerlessness in his body, Accelerator almost didn't dare to believe that he, who had never been injured before, had suffered all the injuries that he should have suffered in the first half of his life today. Not only did that man injure him, even that woman who could fly almost broke his bones. Accelerator coughed up another mouthful of blood as he looked at the angel in the air. His clothes and mouth were stained with blood. Accelerator trembled as he looked at himself. I know I'm not strong enough. I'm not strong enough. If I'm strong enough, I won't get hurt. If I'm strong enough, those ants won't appear. If I'm strong enough, no one will provoke me anymore. If I'm strong enough, no one will hurt me anymore. It would be great if I was invincible. That way, there wouldn't be people who overestimate themselves and come here to be hurt by me. If I have to hurt people, then I'll hurt them until the day I become invincible. I will become invincible. A crazy roar resounded through the night sky. A gust of wind began to swirl around Accelerator's body. Accelerator unleashed all his computing power and began to manipulate the wind in the air. Inside Academy City, some of the windmills that were set up on the roadside or outside the buildings started to spin wildly, as if they were malfunctioning, swinging around randomly. The wind in Academy City was visibly blowing towards a certain direction, and the center of this direction was the directional passage. The howling wind gathered together under Accelerator's manipulation. Under Astria's shocked expression, a small ball of white ions appeared at the center of the wind. Chapter 213. Wu Yan was buried in the rubble. Wu Yan looked like he's asleep as he laid quietly on the rock that buried him. His consciousness is hazy and even his breathing is getting labored. Even though his body was in pain, Wu Yan was unable to regain his senses. Not only did he not care about the pain, he allowed it to wreak havoc in his body. So tired. I want to sleep. This was the only thought in Wu Yan's muddled mind. This thought almost covered up the pain and suffocation he felt from the rubble. The mental dragon armor was broken. Even though Accelerator's fatal attack was blocked because of it, the mental dragon armor could not be used for a period of time. Therefore, Wu Yan's slash with all his strength was reflected back to him by Accelerator's armor. In addition, the impact of Wu Yan crashing into the ground, unlike Accelerator, Wu Yan didn't have vector manipulation, so he couldn't reflect the impact like Accelerator did. He had to take the full brunt of the impact and his body took quite a bit of damage. At this moment, he was buried in the pile of rocks. The pain and suffocation took away all the strength in his body. It also made his head become muddle-headed. He just wanted to faint like this and be done with it. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a gust of wind howled above him, giving him a bit of time to recover from his fainting slumber. So noisy, Wu Yan struggled to open his eyes, but what appeared in front of him was boundless darkness. Only his ears could hear the wind howling above him. Can you not be so noisy? Can't you let me sleep? Who turned on the fan so loudly? Sigh, I don't care anymore. I'll just sleep. Tisuke, why does my body hurt so much? He struggled to open his eyes and he slowly closed them again. Wu Yan just wanted to go back to sleep this time and not let anyone wake him up because he is really tired. Unfortunately, the heavens were against him. An emotionless mechanical voice rang just as Wu Yan was about to fall asleep. Ding! Mission 1 completed. Obtained 100,000 equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points. Mission 1? Equipment points? Item points? Ability points? Summoning points? What is this? Oh, right, this is my mission. Mission 1? I think it's to save all the sisters? Now it's done? That means Mikoto, Chuju, and Ikaros have already saved all the sisters? As expected of them, Wu Yan, who was about to pass out, suddenly started fighting against the endless drowsiness. He fought back against the pain and suffocation and fought for strength in his body. Mikoto and the girls already succeeded. How can I fail? Wu Yan's body shook, his eyes shot open and he tightened his grip on the Nyeten Temple Shana. On the ground, Accelerator stood still. The shattered rocks around him had been blown away by the wind he had summoned. The ground that was full of shattered rocks was instantly cleared out, revealing an open space for the rock plate. Using his ability, Accelerator gathered all the wind in Academy City. A small silver-colored ion ball was slowly being formed from the gathering wind. More and more wind gathered here to replenish the silver-colored ion ball. As the ion ball got bigger and bigger, Accelerator's face got crazier and crazier. On the spur of the moment, Accelerator had used vector manipulation to control the wind in the entire Academy City, but he hadn't expected that he would come up with something like this. However, Accelerator wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was very excited because he could feel how powerful this ion ball is. Ha! Accelerator laughed out loud in excitement as he watched the sphere of ions growing larger and larger above his head. This time, he would definitely be able to blast that winged woman into smithereens. In midair, Astria's face hurt from the strong wind. She raised her hands to shield her face. The wings on her back let out a whine. The pure white feathers were blown to the ground by the wind. The wings she was proud of became Astria's biggest obstacle. The surface area was too big and the wind was too strong. Astria couldn't get close to Accelerator. She could only watch as the dangerous ion ball got bigger and bigger. Astria tried her best to pull her wings together to support her body. She didn't want to get blown away. That was the only thing she could do. She could feel how terrifying the ion cluster above Accelerator's head was. To be honest, even with Aegis equals 1 area type protective shield, she didn't have absolute confidence that she could block that ion cluster. From this, one could see how terrifying Accelerator is. In terms of level, Astria is much higher than him. However, in terms of strength, Astria only has the upper hand. If the battle had dragged on like this, Astria would have won. However, with Accelerator's use of the plasma ball, the situation has become a little unclear. Unable to move forward, Astria couldn't stop the ion ball from forming. She could only raise her small round shield and hope her Aegis equals L, area of effect barrier, can block it. It's useless. Accelerator laughed maniacally and shouted at Astria, who was in midair. Even if you have the same defense as me and can block 1, can you block 2? Or 3? With my computing power, I can use this attack 4 or 5 times. Are you confident you can block 4 or 5 of these attacks? Astria didn't say anything. She raised her small round shield with determination. She silently expressed her determination. Accelerator's smile faded. His expression turned serious. He clenched his fist and the wind gathered even faster. Master, Astria looked at the ion ball. Wu Yan's gentle smile flashed in her mind. Her expression became more determined. I can block it. The ion ball has grown to the size of a wash basin. Its power is getting stronger and stronger. Astria's expression darkened. More. Accelerator tried his best to control the wind and infuse it into the ion ball. Just a little bit more and the power of the ion ball will be enough to tear apart Astria's Aegis equals L, area of effect barrier. Suddenly, a red sword beam shot out from a pile of rubble. It turned the rubble into dust. Almost at the same time, an orange beam of light shot out from the pile of rocks towards the cluster of ions above Accelerator's head. The orange beam was none other than the railgun. Under Astria and Accelerator's shocked gazes, the railgun slammed into the plasma ball that hadn't formed yet. Endless light flashed from the collision between the two sources of light. As the light flashed, the railgun self-destructed and neutralized the plasma cluster. What? With the disappearance of the ion cluster, the gale also dispersed and disappeared. Astria and Accelerator looked towards the direction where the railgun came from. When they saw the scene, their faces changed. Astria was happy while Accelerator was gloomy. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in dust. Wu Yan was panting heavily. He stood there with great difficulty. He held his sword in one hand and his other hand was held flat. Blue and white electric arcs flashed on his hand. Master? You bastard! Yes. The one who used the railgun is Wu Yan. Wu Yan tried his best to stabilize his wobbly body. He was panting heavily. His face was pale. It's unknown if it's because of the railgun or because of the damage he received. However, he still had a smile on his face. I haven't fallen yet. Chapter 214. Accelerator's last resort was destroyed by Wu Yan's railgun. Accelerator's face turned green. He glared at Wu Yan with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Wu Yan apart. Gasping for air, he closed one of his eyes due to the pain in his body. His body wobbled and he almost fell on his butt. Taking a full blow from his own attack and crashing into the ground from the air, he was hit by countless large and small stones. This was no joke. If it was an ordinary person, Such damage would be enough to kill him several times over. Plus, he was buried underground for a long time. He was short of oxygen. His body was sending out signals of weakness. Wu Yan relied on his willpower to support himself. The railgun used up quite a bit of Wu Yan's strength. Even if he's LV5 and met the requirements to use railgun, he couldn't take it anymore. He stumbled and fell to the ground. A pair of delicate hands reached out from the side and caught Wu Yan. They stabilized Wu Yan. "Master, are you okay?" Looking at Astria's worried expression, Wu Yan smiled weakly at her. "I'm fine." Wu Yan looked at Accelerator. He was surprised when he saw Accelerator's blood-soaked clothes. He asked Astria, "Astria, can you attack Accelerator?" "Yes, Master." Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. Since Astria found a way to counter Accelerator's reflection, as long as he doesn't let Accelerator use his plasma balls, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. Thanks to the fresh air, the suffocating feelings subsided a lot. Wu Yan also regained a lot of his strength. He broke free from Astria's grasp. "Astria, you will be the main attacker." Wu Yan looked at Accelerator and said to Astria, "I can probably use the railgun one more time. I will find an opportunity to support you. You will find an opportunity to defeat Accelerator." "Yes, Master." She wanted Wu Yan to rest so she could deal with that Accelerator guy. But looking at Wu Yan's pale face, she couldn't do anything to stop him. She could only agree with him. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment. "Don't kill him." Astria flinched when she heard this. Doubt appeared in her crimson eyes, but she didn't ask anything. Whatever Wu Yan says, it is what it is. She held a coin in her hand and activated her computing power. However, she didn't use it yet. Instead, she stored it up. "Go." The Chrysor shot out from her gauntlets again. Astria swung the Chrysor and charged towards Accelerator. Accelerator's expression changed. He knew his reflection was useless against the girl in front of him. He didn't want to take another hit from Astria. He stomped on the ground. A large amount of rubble rolled up from the ground. It wrapped around Accelerator's body tightly. At the same time, Accelerator spread his arms and summoned a tornado towards Astria. The tornado didn't pose any threat to Astria at all. Astria didn't even need to use her Aegis-type barrier. She tilted her wings and dodged the tornado easily. The Chrysor, Super Vibration Photon Blade, slashed at Accelerator, shattering all the rocks around him. When Astria was about to land a hit on Accelerator, Accelerator disappeared on the spot. At the same time, four tornadoes of different sizes descended from the sky. They attacked Astria and buried her. Astria didn't receive any damage from the violent tornadoes. She swung her Chrysor, Super Photon Blade, around her and sliced apart the tornadoes surrounding her. Astria flapped her wings and arrived in front of Accelerator. The saber viciously slashed down on Accelerator's body. Through some unknown method, the huge force passed through Accelerator's body and slammed into his body. Astria used the most direct method. The Chrysor in her hand turned into a thick club and smashed Accelerator away. Then Astria raised the Chrysor. A burst of blue light came from Astria's Chrysor, Super Vibrophoton Blade. The Chrysor, Super Vibrophoton Blade, in her hand suddenly expanded. The Chrysor, Super Vibrating Photon Blade, shone and fluctuated amidst the light. In the blink of an eye, it suddenly enlarged and turned into a huge lightsaber. Chrysor continued to grow until it reached a height of 10 meters. Then Chrysor stopped growing and Astria raised it above her head. Danger, 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 danger alarm bells kept ringing in Accelerator's head, causing his body to shudder violently. His crimson eyes were already filled with the gigantic light sword. Accelerator gritted his teeth as he struggled to stabilize himself with his trembling body. Astria's giant lightsaber emitted boundless power. Accelerator's expression turned heavy. He had a feeling that if he couldn't block the next attack, he would be the one to lose. He felt a trace of fear in his heart. Accelerator looked like an injured wolf. His eyes turned crimson red. If that's the case, let's see whose life is tougher. With that said, a familiar gust of wind howled, rolling into a huge hurricane vortex. with Accelerator as the center, absorbing all the wind that swept over. As the wind howled, a small cluster of ions formed once again. Accelerator raised his hands high, as if he was raising a yuan qi bomb, and all the wind that gathered was replenished into the cluster of ions. At this moment, as if a replay had happened, an orange beam of light shot towards Accelerator's head before the plasma ball was complete, shattering it into pieces. "Bastard!" Accelerator roared. Wu Yan yelled at Astria, who was in the air. "Now!" Astria yelled. She gripped the handle of the Chrysor, super vibrophoton blade, with both hands and slashed downwards. Like cutting through tofu, Accelerator's reflection was cut through by the giant sword. She didn't use any tricks or Accelerator's weakness. She used the most violent method to cut through that layer of defense. Then, she cut through Accelerator's thin body. Blood splattered into the air. Accelerator looked at the bloody wound on his chest in disbelief. When he felt the pain, his eyes widened and he fell to the ground. Ding! Mission 2 completed. Obtain the reward of summoning a random character. Please use the summoning interface. Ding! Mission 3 activated. The completion of Quest 2 and the activation of Quest 3 rang at the same time. Wu Yan knew that Accelerator has been defeated by them. Heaving a sigh of relief, a deep sense of exhaustion rushed into his mind. His head swelled and he closed his eyes. He didn't even have time to look at Mission 3 before he collapsed on the ground just like Accelerator. Before he lost consciousness, Wu Yan vaguely saw Astria rushing towards him from the sky and 3 familiar silhouettes running towards him from afar. Chapter 215. As soon as he regained consciousness, Wu Yan struggled to open his eyes. He stared blankly at the ceiling not far away and uttered a famous sentence. "I don't recognize this ceiling." As soon as he spoke, Wu Yan realized that his originally excruciating pain was actually gone. This surprised Wu Yan greatly. "Where am I?" "This is the hospital." An old frog-like face suddenly replaced the ceiling and appeared in front of Wu Yan. Startled, Wu Yan reflexively threw a punch at the frog-like face. The frog-faced man screamed and retreated a few steps while covering his face. Only then did Wu Yan realize that the frog-faced man was wearing a doctor's white gown. A doctor in a white coat with a frog-like face? How could Wu Yan not recognize who this person in front of him is? Underworld's soul chaser. "I didn't expect someone who hasn't been to the hospital to know my name." The frog-faced, "Ah no," the Underworld soul chaser said to Wu Yan in annoyance while covering his face in pain. "But even if you know me, you don't have to punch me the moment you see me. How much do you hate me?" Wu Yan chuckled in an embarrassed manner. "Unknowingly, I..." "Forget it, I just came to check on your condition. Since you still have the strength to hit people, it means that you're fine." After that, the Underworld soul chaser walked out of the room. It seems that his first impression of Wu Yan wasn't that good. Before leaving the room, the Underworld soul chaser turned back and said, "Oh right, the little girl next to you has been watching over you for an entire night." Wu Yan flinched. Only now did he notice that there's someone sleeping on his lap on the other side of his body, looking at the tea-haired girl sleeping soundly but with a trace of unconcealable worry between her brows. Wu Yan smiled gently and stroked her bangs. Perhaps because she felt Wu Yan's touch, the tea-haired girl's eyelids fluttered and she immediately woke up. "Yan, you're awake." Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in surprise. The worry between her brows slowly disappeared when she saw Wu Yan wake up. Wu Yan nodded with a smile and continued stroking Mikoto's hair. "How long have I been asleep?" Wu Yan's action made Mikoto blush a little, but she didn't refuse. "You've been asleep for an entire day." After that, Mikoto immediately asked, "How is it? Do you feel any discomfort?" "No, other than feeling a little." Looking at his own body, Wu Yan smiled. At the same time, he was secretly impressed. Needless to say, the Underworld soul chaser must be the reason why he was able to recover in one day. That Underworld soul chaser who can even bring the dead back to life is just as strong as the original work described. If one were to ask who Wu Yan admires the most in this world, it wouldn't be Alistair, who has an insanely high IQ, nor is it the righteous Tusii, it would be this underworld soul chaser. Alright, where are Chuju and the others? Oh, they went out to buy some food, Mikoto said, and then took off a bracelet from her wrist and handed it to Wu Yan. It was the biocontainment device that contained the sisters. My sisters, you're all inside. Moreover, we've already used the gene recovery fluid to repair your bodies. Mikoto is holding the biocontainment device like it's a treasure. When she said that, there was an unconcealable joy and relief on her face. Wu Yan took the biocontainment device and touched the bracelet that contained the sisters. His heart was filled with emotions. You don't want them to come out and walk around? Who knew that Mikoto would shake her head decisively? Everyone has the same face. If they come out, it will cause a ruckus. Plus, those research institutes are probably frantically looking for the sisters. It's not good for them to come out so casually. Also, Mikoto looked at the biocontainment device with a gentle light in her eyes. They said that they don't want to cause trouble for everyone. So, it's not a bad idea to sleep in there. I see. Wu Yan put the biocontainment device on his wrist and smiled. What a cute group of sisters. Mikoto nodded with a smile. She hesitated for a bit and said to Wu Yan, I've already told them about us. Oh. Wu Yan turned to look at Mikoto. Mikoto continued, they said that they're willing to come with us. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Even if they don't want to, I'll still drag them with me. After all, there's no place for them in this world. Mikoto went silent after hearing Wu Yan's words. The atmosphere became heavy for a moment. Master. The door opened. Ikaros stood at the door with a bag in her hand. She looked at Wu Yan, who was lying on the bed with joy in her eyes. Ikaros. Wu Yan's heart was filled with tenderness as he looked at the girl who only cared about him. He waved at her. You're awake. What, Master? You're finally alive. Wu Yan was still smiling when he heard the first sentence, but when he heard the second sentence, Wu Yan lost all his strength again. Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Astria and said helplessly, What do you mean I'm alive? Wu Yan just finished his sentence when a voice full of resentment came from behind Chuju, Ikaros, and Astria. Scum like you better be bedridden for the rest of your life. Wu Yan felt a headache when he heard this voice. Every time this voice comes, it's bad news, at least for him. Kuriko, how can you say that? Mikoto subconsciously felt dissatisfied. After all, the whole day Wu Yan laid in bed, she's been worrying about him, but Wani-sama. Kuriko glared at Wu Yan with resentment for a while before looking at Mikoto with a pitiful expression. Wani-sama, I've been watching over that scum for an entire day. Why don't you think about how much pain I feel? If Wani-sama gets wrinkles on your beautiful face because of this, Kuriko. Maybe she's imagining Mikoto's wrinkled face, but Kuriko couldn't accept it. She kneeled on the ground and kept banging her head on the ground. Kuriko. Mikoto felt like she was being humiliated. Chuju led Astria and Ikaros around Kuriko and walked towards Wu Yan. How do you feel? I'm okay. Wu Yan ruffled Ikaros' hair. Astria immediately offered her head to Wu Yan. Amused, Wu Yan ruffled her hair as well. That day at the lab, Wu Yan glanced at Kuriko, who was still banging her head, and whispered to Chuju. Chuju smiled and nodded. Don't worry, we weren't discovered. Everything went smoothly. That's good. Chuju and Mikoto said in unison after hearing Wu Yan's words. Not good at all. Wu Yan flinched. Hinajuku pointed her finger at Wu Yan's nose and exclaimed. Look at yourself, what's so good about you when you're like this? Wu Yan scratched his head and laughed dryly. I didn't expect it either. Seeing Wu Yan's, I know I'm wrong look, Hinajuku angrily turned her head away. All in all, the most important thing for you now is to rest. I understand. Wu Yan replied helplessly. Master. Astria took out a bunch of lunchboxes. She took one of them and gave it to Wu Yan. She didn't want to part with it, as she said. Master, this is for you, it's delicious. Looking at Astria's pained expression and the number of lunchboxes beside her, Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He couldn't stay calm anymore. Outside the door, Ruizi and Early Spring stood there, watching everything that happened in the ward. They looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders helplessly. Shouldn't we have come? Chapter 216. Wu Yan stared at the ceiling as he laid on his bed. His consciousness entered the system. Mikoto, Kuriko, and the others have already gone back. They are still students of Tokuwadai, so they can't skip class. Hinajiku, Astria, and Ikaros also went back home. Wu Yan is the only one left in the large ward. His consciousness entered the system and the system projection appeared in front of him. Wu Yan looked at it and he clicked on the character status. Character, Wu Yan abilities, Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment, Shana of the Eastern Temple, Rank C, Dragon Armor, Rank C, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astria Equipment Points, 171000 Item Points, 740000 Ability Points, 201000 Summoning Points, 220000 Level, 66 Character, Misaka Mikoto Ability, Electromancer, LV5, Strength, B Endurance, B Dexterity, A Spirit, Equipment, None Level, 70 Character, Gue Chuju Ability, None Strength, B Endurance, B Dexterity, A Spirit, B Equipment, White Cherry Blossom, Rank C, Level, 63 Character, Ikaros Ability, Sky Queen, Mode Strength, Endurance, B Dexterity, A Spirit, Equipment, Artemis Permanent Homing Missile, Rank C, Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, Rank C, Aplon Apollo, Rank C, Uranus System, Rank B, Level, 78 Character, Astria Ability, Melee Mastery Strength, Endurance, A Dexterity, A Spirit, C Equipment, Chrysor, Super Vibrating Photon Blade, Rank C, Aegis AoE Shield, Rank C, Level, 75. When he saw his level, Wu Yan was clearly surprised. When did he level up? Could it be when he defeated Accelerator? After all, Accelerator was level 70. It would be strange if he didn't gain any EXP from killing him. Furthermore, the EXP from Yujino Shizuri and Kakin Taidaku allowed him to level up once. Maybe it's because I fainted when Accelerator fell, so I didn't hear the system notification. However, 2 rank 7s and 1 rank 8 only allowed him to level up once. It was getting harder and harder to level up. On the other hand, Chuju had leveled up 3 times. She was not far behind him. Hinajiku and I are fine, but Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria didn't even get a single level up. After checking the character status, Wu Yan looked at the quest for this world's instance dungeon. At present, the first quest of saving his sisters and the second quest of defeating Accelerator had been completed. Thus, the third quest should be unlocked. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog. Dungeon Quest, Rescue. Quest 1, Save 20,000 Misaka Sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biodimensional storage device. Completed. Quest Reward. Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points, 100,000 each. Quest 2. Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City. Accelerator. Completed. Quest Reward. Randomly summon a character. Quest 3. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world and have them willingly follow you out of this world. Quest Reward. Summon a character that meets the requirements of Quest 3 for free. When he saw the description of Quest 3, Wu Yan was stunned. There was only one thought left in his mind. The system has opened its eyes. This is clearly a chance for me to expand my Crystal Palace. For a moment, Wu Yan was immersed in a world of infinite joy. A perverted smile hung on his face. He was almost drooling. Fortunately, there was no one else in the room. Otherwise, the title of scum that Hazy mentioned would have been confirmed. After the initial joy, he frowned. Even though this mission 3 looks pretty awesome, but to push down at least 3 characters and get them to leave with him willingly, this mission isn't going to be as easy as the previous 2 missions. Moreover, the choice of characters is also a problem. Looks like I'll have to prepare for a long battle. With that in mind, Wu Yan tossed Quest 3 aside and looked at the summon column. His reward for Quest 2 is the ability to summon a character at random. This reward is not that big, but it's not that small. If he gets a powerful girl, then it's a whole different story. But after thinking about it, he gave up on the idea of doing it now. In Academy City, there are traps everywhere. Ignoring everything else, identity is a problem. If he casually summoned a person, the person would probably have to stay at home and not be able to go out. So, the matter of summoning a character should be put aside for now. Looking at his character status, he still has 4 summoning points left. Wu Yan pondered if it's time for him to exchange for new abilities and equipment. This time, the battle with Accelerator made Wu Yan realize that even though he's a tier 7, he's still very weak ever since he transmigrated. It's not like he hasn't been hurt before, but he's never been hurt this badly. Recalling that day's battle, his heart still palpitated. If it weren't for Mikoto and the girls saving the sisters and completing Mission 1, the system's notification would have woken him up. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive in the ground. Accelerator being too strong is one reason, but more importantly, it's because he's not strong enough. Right now, Wu Yan desperately wants to increase his strength. Only by becoming stronger can he deal with stronger enemies in the future. Tier 8 is just a stage. After that, there's still Tier 9, Demigod. Originally, Wu Yan wanted to save up his ability points and equipment points to exchange for better abilities and equipment in the future. But now, Wu Yan feels that it's not a bad idea to grasp all the resources at hand and increase his strength as quickly as possible. Plus, Wu Yan already has a choice: ability, bloodline, true ancestor bloodline, vampires born as vampires, the most special existence among vampires. Their nature is close to that of fairies. They have strong resistance to ultraviolet rays, strong vitality and recovery. They're not afraid of sunlight or the sacred weapon Mercury. Even if they're smashed to pieces, they can recover in an instant. They have eternal life and will not age or die. They can give humans the embrace and turn them into vampires. Their only weakness is their uncontrollable urge to suck blood. Ability points, 500,000. One has to say that Wu Yan wants this bloodline because of its immortality. This time he almost died, and Wu Yan was traumatized. To put it simply, he's afraid of death. Of course, wanting it is one thing, being able to exchange for it is another. The true ancestor bloodline is no doubt powerful, but it's also a lot of ability points. 500,000. And Wu Yan's entire net worth of ability points is only 200,000. No matter how you look at it, this true ancestor bloodline is something that Wu Yan can only look at but not eat. But there's another thing that can put this thing into Wu Yan's mouth. Wu Yan opened the item list and dragged it twice. Soon, he found what he needed: bloodline immunity. When the user exchanges for a bloodline ability, the amount of ability points paid will determine the preferential immunity of the bloodline, limited to bloodlines below 500,000 ability points. 10% discount. 1000000 item points 20% discount. 2000000 item points 30% discount. 3000000 item points 40% discount. 4000000 item points 50% discount. 5000000 item points 40% discount. 6000000 item points 30% discount. 7000000 item points 20% discount. 8000000 item points 10% discount. 9000000 item points full immunity, 10 million item points. Chapter 217. Bloodline Immunity. Depending on the amount of item points paid, Wu Yan can exchange bloodline for a special item. With this, he can exchange for a true ancestor bloodline. And it just so happened that the limit of bloodline immunity was bloodlines below 500,000 ability points. True ancestor bloodlines happened to be within that limit. As long as Wu Yan paid 6 million item points and obtained a 40% discount, he could exchange for the true ancestor bloodline for 200,000 ability points. Although it was a loss to exchange 200,000 ability points and 6 million item points for a bloodline with 500,000 ability points, item points and ability points were different. If Wu Yan wanted to obtain ability points, he could only exchange them with magic crystals, other than the rewards from the system's missions. At least, Wu Yan had not found a third way to obtain ability points. Item points, on the other hand, were much easier to obtain. As long as it was not a lifeless corpse like a human corpse or a stone spider, almost any kind of corpse could be turned into the system in exchange for item points. Therefore, using 6 million item points to exchange for 300,000 ability points, Wu Yan was quite willing to do so. As for why Wu Yan did not exchange his 7 million item points for the bloodline immunity, it was because Wu Yan wanted to exchange for another item, White Fruit of Cleansing, a special item for vampires. If the user is a vampire, consuming it will purify the body and cancel out the urge to suck blood. If the user is not a vampire, consuming it will have no effect. Cost 1 million item points. Without this White Fruit of Cleansing, Wu Yan would not dare to accept the true ancestor bloodline even if it was given to him for free. He did not want to become a monster that lived to suck blood, and he did not want to suffer for the rest of his life because of the urge to suck blood. Just like Elkit, Wu Yan clicked on the White Fruit of Cleansing. With a flip of his hand, a white fruit surrounded by mist appeared in his hand. After exchanging for the White Fruit of Cleansing, Wu Yan clicked on the bloodline immunity and paid 6 million item points. Ding! Bloodline immunity exchange successful. When the user exchanges for a bloodline, they only need to pay 40% of the ability points to exchange for the bloodline. Note, only limited to bloodlines with 500,000 ability points and below. The effect will only take effect once. After exchanging twice, Wu Yan spent 7 million item points in exchange for a fruit the size of a fingertip and a message from the system. After exchanging, Wu Yan clicked on the ability column. There were 3 options: skills, talents, and bloodlines. He clicked on bloodlines and clicked on the bloodline. And ancestor bloodline. Ancestor bloodline. Vampires born as vampires, the most special existence among vampires. Their nature is close to that of elves. They have strong resistance to ultraviolet rays and strong vitality and resilience. They are not afraid of sunlight or the divine weapon Mercury. Even if they are smashed to pieces, they can recover in an instant. They have eternal life and will not age or die. They can give humans the embrace and turn them into vampires. Their only weakness is that they have an uncontrollable urge to suck blood. Ability points, 5 million. At this moment, Wu Yan's heart was beating faster. It was natural. After all, this was the first time Wu Yan had exchanged for a bloodline. Moreover, it was a bloodline as powerful as a true ancestor bloodline. Licking his lips, Wu Yan clicked on the exchange button. Ding! Exchange for true ancestor bloodline. Confirm? The system's beep surprised Wu Yan. In the past, there was no such beep. He just clicked on the exchange button. He did not expect there to be a beep when exchanging for a bloodline. Perhaps it was because there could only be one bloodline. If he wanted to exchange for another, he would have to sell the old bloodline to the system. That was why the system was so cautious. Confirm. Ding. Exchange for true ancestor bloodline successful. As the user has a 40% discount for bloodline immunity, the required ability points has been reduced to 200,000 ability points. Ding! Obtained true ancestor bloodline. Following the system's beep, countless golden dots of light of various sizes suddenly appeared around Wu Yan's body. Under Wu Yan's scrutinizing gaze, they all surged into Wu Yan's body. The blood that was originally flowing in an orderly manner in Wu Yan's body suddenly flowed at an unimaginable speed when the dots of light surged into Wu Yan's body. The blood flowed faster and faster. Logically speaking, the blood vessels in Wu Yan's body should have exploded long ago. However, not only did the blood vessels in his body not explode, they became even more resilient as the blood flowed faster. As time passed, an inexplicable fluctuation appeared in the wildly flowing blood. The fluctuation passed through the blood and spread to every part of Wu Yan's body. Then, it was absorbed by every cell and every tissue. The more fluctuation it absorbed, the stronger the cells and tissues became. They became stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the last ripple was absorbed by the body, the blood flow began to slow down, until it returned to normal, flowing slowly. On the sickbed, Wu Yan, who was quietly accepting the true ancestor bloodline's transformation of his body, suddenly opened his eyes. There, the originally black pupils had disappeared, replaced by a pair of wine-red pupils. Wu Yan stretched lazily. His entire body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was extremely comfortable. He could feel that his body had become unexpectedly strong. At this time, if Wu Yan suffered the same injuries as when he fought with Accelerator, then this time he might not even have a scratch on his skin, let alone almost dying. Of course, this comfort was only temporary. Soon, Wu Yan's body trembled violently. His wine-red pupils suddenly turned golden. At the same time, a strong sense of hunger came from the depths of Wu Yan's body. His body shuddered violently. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His throat involuntarily moved up and down. He didn't even need to think about it to know that this is the urge to suck blood. Wu Yan tossed the white cleansing fruit into his mouth. As soon as it entered his mouth, the white cleansing fruit turned into a cold current that rushed into his body. The cold current quickly circulated in his body and washed over his entire body. Wu Yan stopped trembling and his golden pupils returned to their original wine-red color. Wu Yan felt his body become much lighter. Wu Yan clenched his fists and he mumbled, "That should do it, right?" After exchanging for the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan didn't close the system projection. Instead, he clicked into the equipment section and found a piece of equipment, Meteor Knight, B grade, also known as the Bow of Annihilation. With one arrow, the enemy will be annihilated. No arrow needed, automatic homing. 150,000 equipment points. Wu Yan had been eyeing this bow for a long time. It wasn't just because it was a B-grade gold armament, it was also because the system's evaluation said that it was infinitely close to A grade. It's also because of this rating that's infinitely close to an A grade, and the description that says, one arrow, the enemy will be annihilated, that he gave up on exchanging for a B-grade sword. Shana of the Nippon Den isn't at the point of elimination yet. If he can get his hands on a sure kill bow like this, Wu Yan's killing power will increase by leaps and bounds. The moment he clicked on the exchange, a pitch-black bow that shines like stars appeared in Wu Yan's hand. Wu Yan smiled. But when he saw his character status, he couldn't bring himself to smile. Character, Wu Yan abilities, True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment, Shana the Templar, C grade, Dragon Armor, C grade, Meteor Knight, B grade, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astri Equipment Points, 21,000 Item Points, 400,000 Ability Points, 1,000 Summoning Points, 220000 Level, 66. Chapter 218. Character, Wu Yan abilities, True Ancestor Bloodline, Sword Expert, Cooking Expert, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV5, Equipment, Shana of the Holy Temple, C, Dragon Armor, C, Meteor Knight, B, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Gue Chuju, Ikaros, Astri Equipment Points, 21,000 Item Points, 400,000 Ability Points, 1,000 Summoning Points, 220000 Level, 66. Everything is back to square one. True Ancestor Bloodline, 200,000 Ability Points, White Cleansing Fruit, 1 million Item Points, Bloodline Immunity, 6 million Item Points, Meteor Knight, 150,000 Equipment Points. After a short exchange, he had used up 200,000 Ability Points, 7 million Item Points, and 150,000 Equipment Points. Right now, he only had 400,000 item points and 21,000 equipment points left. The worst was his ability points, which were left with only 1,000 points. He didn't even have enough to cover his foundation. Luckily, he has enough summoning points. Wu Yan felt a little better. Moreover, the points spent are well worth it. Wu Yan may be level 66, but his strength is on a completely different level compared to before. With the bloodline of the true ancestor, Wu Yan can't die no matter what. Plus, he has Meteor Shower as his trump card. Even if Wu Yan had to fight Accelerator again, he wouldn't be afraid. Wu Yan looked at his pitiful summoning points and closed the system. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He raised Meteor Knight in his hand. The bow is as black as ink, but the body is transparent like a black crystal. It's very attractive. Inside the transparent black bow, there are specks of starlight. Elegant. Beautiful. Even Wu Yan looked at Meteor Shower in a daze. If it wasn't for the fact that it's AB rank, anyone would have treated it as a work of art. If you think that Meteor Shower is only beautiful, then you'll die a horrible death. In terms of rank, it's the same as Icaros Apollo, infinitely close to an A rank armament. In terms of power, it's even stronger than Icaros Apollo. Moreover, Meteor Shower has an automatic tracking function. In other words, Wu Yan doesn't need to aim at all. As long as the target is locked on, even if the target runs to the ends of the earth, he would still have to take the hit of Meteor Shower. Caressing the elegant bow, Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. He just didn't know how powerful it would be if he used it. She said it's stronger than Apollo, but how would he know if he didn't see it with his own eyes? Of course, Wu Yan isn't stupid enough to shoot an arrow here. He doesn't know how strong Meteor Knight is, but Wu Yan has seen the power of Apollo with his own eyes. To put it bluntly, if Icaros uses Apollo to shoot an arrow at Academy City, the city will be gone. Meteor Shower is even stronger than Apollo. If Wu Yan were to fire an arrow here, Alistair would definitely come after him. After all, he doesn't have Icaros's absolute defense circle that can block the shockwaves from Apollo's explosion. What a beautiful bow! Just as Wu Yan was immersed in the beauty and power of Meteor Knight, a delicate voice suddenly came from beside him. Wu Yan's hand that was holding the bow trembled. He almost dropped Meteor Knight. Patting his chest with lingering fear, Wu Yan didn't want to drop the beautiful Meteor Knight. Even if it's a B-grade gold armament, in terms of hardness, even if Icaros used all her strength, she wouldn't be able to scratch it. When he saw who it was, Wu Yan immediately rolled his eyes. Queen-sama, can you stop scaring people? Shokuha Misaki ignored Wu Yan's complaints. She reached out with misty eyes and touched the Meteor Knight in Wu Yan's hand. What a beautiful bow, where did you steal it from? Hearing this, Wu Yan's innate chi rushed from his chest to his throat and got stuck there. Wu Yan almost choked to death. What do you mean by stolen? This is rightfully mine. Is that so? Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. With one look, she froze. Her starry eyes flashed with a strange light. Shokuha Misaki looked at Wu Yan blankly before asking him in a shocked tone. Why did your eyes turn red? My eyes turned red. Hearing Shokuha Misaki's words, Wu Yan's first reaction was to be stunned. After all, his eyes are on his body. He doesn't have the ability to see his own eyes without the help of external forces. Shokuha Misaki didn't say anything. She took out a mirror from her bag and placed it in front of Wu Yan. A pair of wine-red pupils, as if they were naturally there, added a lot of charm to Wu Yan's face that wasn't ugly nor handsome. It really is. Touching his own eyes, Wu Yan understood. This is the effect of the true ancestor bloodline. He is now a true ancestor vampire. Not bad. Wu Yan didn't answer Shokuha Misaki's question. Shokuha Misaki is pretty curious about him anyways. Adding 1 or 2 more wouldn't hurt at all. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? When a girl is curious about you, she's not far from falling for you. Although he doesn't know how true this saying is, Wu Yan doesn't mind making it true. After all, he has a glorious mission 3 waiting for him to complete. Otherwise, he might as well aim at Jusama first. Staring at Wu Yan's deep wine-red pupils, Shokuha Misaki's starry eyes flickered. But Jusama knows that her problem is like throwing a meat bun at a dog, it's a one-way trip. Shokuha Misaki stood up. Just when Wu Yan thought she would run away in a fit of pique, Shokuha Misaki took out a remote control from her bag and pressed it on Wu Yan. Beep. Following Jusama's action, a flash of electricity appeared in front of Wu Yan, making Wu Yan feel helpless. Jusama, are you trying to control me? Yes. Shokuha Misaki didn't have the slightest awareness of her wrongdoings. Her starry eyes once again met Wu Yan's wine-red pupils. If possible, I really want to control you, then use psychological control to learn all your secrets. Hearing this, Wu Yan rolled his eyes. No, it's more like he rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard of it? A man with secrets is the most attractive. I've only heard of this saying among women. Men should be more attractive with deeper secrets. Well, it doesn't matter. With a flip of his hand, the meteor shower disappeared from Wu Yan's hand. It was stored inside his space ring. Shokuha Misaki raised an eyebrow but didn't ask any more questions. She knew that Wu Yan wouldn't say anything. So, she just smiled and said, "What a pity, such a beautiful bow, how nice would it be if I had it?" Wu Yan looked at Shokuha Misaki with a half-smile. Jusama, do you know that the beautiful bow you speak of can destroy the entire academy city if you pull it? Shokuha Misaki was shocked, then she laughed. Era, you must be joking with me, what do you think? Jusama still had that half-smile on her face, but she couldn't laugh this time. Based on her understanding of Wu Yan, this sentence is most likely true. Shokuha Misaki covered her mouth. If it's true, then I want it even more. Wu Yan helplessly shrugged and sighed. Then, Jusama, why did you come here? Don't tell me you're here to see me? Era, is that not possible? Fine. Wu Yan felt powerless when he said that. Shokuha Misaki smiled and put her face in front of Wu Yan. Do you still remember the promise? Wu Yan's face fell. Don't tell me you want me to go on a date with you now? Why would I? Shokuha Misaki said and walked out of the room, leaving behind only one sentence. See you tomorrow at 7, Tokuwadai Dormitory. Chapter 219. Under Wu Yan's speechless gaze, Jusama gracefully walked out of the room. Who would believe that Tokuwadai's Jusama would come all the way to the hospital just to have a date? Wu Yan doesn't know how to describe his current mood. If you want to say he's happy, then a little. After all, his date is Shokuha Misaki. It's just that Wu Yan doesn't understand why Jusama is so eager to go on a date with him. Is it to attack Mikoto? Probably a little. But Wu Yan knows that Jusama is more interested in him because he has too many things that she's interested in. Just like that, Wu Yan, who was in a daze on the hospital bed, didn't notice that after Shokuha Misaki walked out of the room, a petite figure appeared outside the door. She hid in a corner and secretly peeked inside. Her eyes were filled with resentment. That person is Shiroi Kuriko. Kuriko watched as Shokuha Misaki walked away, then secretly peeked at Wu Yan, who was in a daze on the hospital bed. Her lips were tightly pursed, her twin ponytails swayed without any wind. An inexplicable black aura covered her entire body, turning her into a true Kuriko. That despicable scum. Not only did he steal my Wani-sama, he even dared to have an affair outside. And it's with that Shokuha Misaki. Whenever she thought of her Wani-sama falling into the hands of that scum, and only a member of his crystal palace, Kuriko's entire body went into a frenzy. She almost tore off her clothes. This time, I will definitely stuff that scum into the trash. Kuriko made a decision that she didn't know how many times she had secretly made this decision. She chuckled and saw that Wu Yan was still in a daze. She immediately thought that this opportunity will not come again. With a light leap, she disappeared from the spot. An inexplicable sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Wu Yan's heart, pulling him back from his daze. When he regained his senses, it was already too late. The pink pigtailed creature showed up in front of Wu Yan with a creepy smile, straddling his bed and pressing a small hand on Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan's expression changed when he realized what had happened. He looked at Shiroi Kuriko, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, and her hand on his body. He knew that he was going to die today. Scum! Go to the trash can and think about life. Following Shiroi Kuriko's resentful voice, Wu Yan also disappeared from the room. Shiroi Kuriko was the only one left sitting on Wu Yan's bed. She was laughing coquettishly as if her scheme had succeeded. In an empty alley, a figure suddenly appeared on top of a trash can. With his head down and feet up, he firmly plunged into the trash can. And percent, ashen-faced from the stench of the trash can, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Looking at the trash can that is getting closer and closer to his face, his potential erupted as he reached out his hands and grabbed the edge of the trash can. He stood upside down on top of the trash can and froze there. A steady stream of stench entered Wu Yan's nose. Wu Yan's hands trembled and he almost fell into the trash can. Gritting his teeth, Wu Yan tilted and fell to one side. He would rather fall into a dog's mouth than fall into a trash can. Wu Yan's wish of falling was quickly realized. His face, which had become much more handsome because of his wine-red pupils, fell to the ground. He howled in pain. If he hadn't become a true ancestor and his body had become much stronger, he would have been disfigured. Standing up from the ground, Wu Yan covered his face and said hatefully, "Shiroi Kuriko, you damned Yuri girl, I will remember this." Although Yuri girls are very loving and Shiroi Kuriko is a petite and cute girl, Shiroi Kuriko has clearly left the Yuri level and is heading towards the pervert level. Against a pervert, Wu Yan believes that he can still bear to do it. "Mikoto, why are you so popular?" Muttering to himself, Wu Yan didn't notice that because of his words, he had attracted another person's attention. "Hello, may I ask if the Mikoto you were talking about is Misaka Mikoto?" The sudden voice startled Wu Yan, but when he saw the person's face, he was stunned again. "Hello, may I ask if the Mikoto you were talking about is Misaka Mikoto?" The person saw Wu Yan's dazed expression and thought that he didn't hear clearly, so he asked again in a very gentle voice. But Wu Yan knows that although this person isn't a bad person, he's definitely not a good person either. Sally. In the original work, the magician who had a crush on Mikoto and betrayed the organization to join the Academy's City Black Ops. The one who pretended to be the grandson of the chairman of Tokuwadai Middle School, Harem Mitsuki. In other words, Wu Yan's love rival. Why is he here? Wu Yan frowned slightly and smiled at Itsali, who is now disguised as Harem Mitsuki. "Oh, do you know Mikoto?" Itsali took a deep look at Wu Yan and smiled warmly at him. "Hello, I am Harem Mitsuki, Misaka Mikoto's friend." Wu Yan smiled and nodded, but he snorted in his heart. In the original work, this Itsali pretended to be Harem Mitsuki and kept on pestering Mikoto. He annoyed Mikoto to no end. How can he be considered Mikoto's friend? Even though Wu Yan admired him for joining the Black Ops for Mikoto, he was also a bit annoyed. From another perspective, the person he was determined to protect is his wife. Before Wu Yan could speak, Itsali suddenly said, "If I'm not mistaken, this mister, you should be the one who claimed to be Misaka Mikoto's boyfriend on the day of the Tokuwadai Midsummer Festival, right?" Wu Yan looked at Itsali in surprise. "I didn't expect you to know me?" "Of course I know you, sir." The smile on Itsali's face had already disappeared, replaced by a bitter expression. "How could I not know Misaka Mikoto's sweetheart?" Hearing this, Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. "You care about Mikoto a lot?" Hearing Wu Yan's words, Itsali nodded hesitantly. He seemed to be in a difficult position and smiled bitterly. "I'm not afraid of being laughed at, but I really look forward to Misaka Mikoto." In other words, Wu Yan said to Itsali indifferently, "You're here to declare your love rival?" Itsali quickly shook his head. "As long as Misaka Mikoto can be happy, I'm satisfied." "Then why are you looking for me?" Wu Yan frowned. "Don't tell me you're here to confirm my relationship with Mikoto?" "That's not it either." Itsali shook his head again, but this time, there was no longer any bitterness or gentleness on his face. What appeared on his face now was a cold expression. For Mr. to be able to obtain Misaka Mikoto's heart, This one is very envious and sincerely wishes Misaka Mikoto well. However, from what I know, Mr. seems to be entangled with other girls as well. Oh? Wu Yan laughed this time. In other words, you're here to fight for justice for Mikoto. You can say that. Etsali looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. Compared to the gentle big brother image from before, the current Etsali seemed to have been corrupted. It's a bit sinister. I hope Misaka Mikoto can be happy. I don't want Misaka Mikoto to be hurt. If Mr. can promise me to cut off all contact with other girls, then I will leave this place. Wu Yan quietly waited for Etsali to finish speaking, then said indifferently, "Is that all you want to say?" Following his voice, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes stared at Etsali. An indescribable pressure suddenly enveloped Etsali's body. "Then let me tell you, you'll be disappointed." Chapter 220. In a spacious alleyway, Etsali looked at Wu Yan, who was emitting a terrifying aura. Cold sweat started dripping down his forehead. He didn't even care about Wu Yan's, "Let me tell you, you are going to be disappointed." His back was already soaked in cold sweat. Etsali resisted the urge to kneel down and tightly clenched his teeth. His heart was filled with shock. What's going on? Wasn't this person just an ordinary LV0 powerless? How can he have such a terrifying pressure? Who is he? What Etsali didn't know was that if he met Wu Yan an hour ago, he wouldn't have lost his composure like this. Because at that time, Wu Yan wouldn't be able to emit such a level of pressure. At least, it wouldn't make a magician like Etsali have the urge to kneel. If Etsali came an hour earlier, he would have already made his move when he heard Wu Yan say, "Let me tell you, you are about to be disappointed." Because at that time, Wu Yan didn't have the true ancestor bloodline. True ancestor bloodline. With this bloodline, Wu Yan can be considered a true ancestor in name only. Although he became a true ancestor, Wu Yan's level didn't increase. Originally, the true ancestors referred to those special vampires. They had great potential and could grow to the peak of existence. However, this did not mean that they had such great strength from the beginning. At the end of the day, true primogenitor is like the top of the food chain. They are there to intimidate the vampires of the same race. They aren't a symbol of strength. True primogenitors can reach the pinnacle of power in the end, but Wu Yan hasn't reached that level yet. Compared to other true ancestors, Wu Yan was undoubtedly much weaker. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the weakest true ancestor. However, this didn't change the fact that Wu Yan was a true ancestor. No matter how weak he was still a true ancestor. Wu Yan also had the deterrence and pressure of a true ancestor. Therefore, it could only be said that Etsali really didn't come at the right time. His wine-red eyes emitted an evil aura. Wu Yan looked at Etsali, who was sweating profusely, and an ethereal voice rang in his ears. "Mikoto, I'll make her happy. You don't have to worry about that. As for the other girls, I'm sorry, but I won't give up on them just because of your words. Originally, what you said sounded like you were being unreasonable." "You said I'm unreasonable." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Etsali's eyes turned red. For a moment he actually broke free from Wu Yan's pressure and shouted, "You actually said that my idea of making Misaka Miss happy is unreasonable." "That's right." Wu Yan didn't care about Etsali's twisted expression and continued, "You think you can make Mikoto happy by doing this, but you don't think from her point of view. Let me ask you, when I was with the other girls, did you see Mikoto sad? Did you see Mikoto unhappy?" Etsali was speechless at Wu Yan. He unwillingly shouted at Wu Yan, "Then are you sure you can make her happy? You're the one who's fickle, how can Misaka Miss be happy?" Hearing this, Wu Yan lightly shook his head. "That's right, I'm fickle because my heart has already been divided by many girls. But even if it's divided, this part of my heart is still theirs." "You're lying." Etsali angrily glared at Wu Yan. "What about the fifth girl? What did she say? She's not your girlfriend, right? Why are you still entangled with her? Misaka Miss clearly hates her so much. That's why you're making trouble for no reason." Etsali's face was completely gloomy. He took a few deep breaths and stood up straight. His anger towards Wu Yan actually made him filter out Wu Yan's true ancestor pressure and recover. I really can't accept you. You can't bring happiness to Misaka, miss. Wu Yan laughed. Although it was a laugh, there was a hint of coldness in it, making it hard to believe that he was really laughing. He looked at Itsali and said softly, "Making trouble for no reason." As if the last straw that broke the camel's back, Itsali finally exploded after Wu Yan's "making trouble for no reason" speech. Feeling something coming in his direction, Wu Yan gently tilted his body to the side and let go of the trash bin behind him that almost disgusted him to death. At the same time, the trash bin suddenly exploded, and rubbish covered the ground. Wu Yan frowned and looked at Itsali. At this time, he was holding a strange-looking dagger in his hand. It was completely black and reflected a layer of arc light. It looked like the tip of a spear, and it had a faint coldness to it. The spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. No, it should be called a replica of the spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. It had the ability to reflect the light of Venus and directly disintegrate the objects it shone on. Just now, it was Itsali who suddenly used the obsidian dagger of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori to attack Wu Yan. It was completely with the intention of killing Wu Yan. Finally can't help but make a move? Magician. Itsali, who originally wanted to kill Wu Yan on the spot, was shocked by Wu Yan's words. He stopped what he was doing and asked involuntarily, "You? How do you know?" Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh as he shrugged. Is he supposed to tell him that he saw it on the screen? Why, Itsali, who knows? Itsali's face turned cold. He raised the obsidian dagger to his chest and moved it gently, as if he was looking for an opportunity to attack. "You make me feel very surprised," Itsali said coldly. At the same time, his face was slowly filled with black fog, as if he was really turning black. "According to the information, you should be a powerless person who has nothing to do, a street thug. However, you are able to release such a terrifying aura and easily dodge the attack of the spear of Torahuiska Gang Tikutori. Even if it's just a replica, it's not something a powerless person can dodge. More importantly, Itsali's black face turned even colder. With such a background, you somehow managed to get in touch with Academy City's number 3, Misaka Mikoto, out of the blue. But according to our investigation, you've never had any contact with Misaka Mikoto before this. Who are you? Puma. Wu Yan laughed and shook his head. From what you're saying, it seems like you've already started investigating me. You're asking me who I am? How laughable. Wu Yan. Itsali waved his obsidian dagger coldly. Your existence has exceeded our organization's understanding of Academy City. To prevent unforeseen events from happening, I will kill you today. As soon as he finished speaking, several invisible arcs of light shot towards Wu Yan at an incredible speed. His wine-red eyes glinted with a cold light. It's as if he can see these invisible arcs coming at him. He didn't move from his spot, he just tilted his body slightly and dodged them. His movements were very carefree and casual. Itsali seemed to have been provoked by this. He waved his obsidian dagger and countless arcs of light shot towards Wu Yan, sealing off all of Wu Yan's escape routes. Facing the barrage of bullets, Wu Yan stomped on the ground. Sparks of electricity appeared under his feet. Like a signal, a thick layer of iron sand rushed up from the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan. Iron sand. Itsali's expression changed greatly, not because of how powerful the ability to manipulate iron sand was, but because he was too familiar with the ability to manipulate iron sand. Because this is Misaka Mikoto's ability. Chapter 221. The black iron sand that filled the sky seemed to have grown eyes as it danced in the air. The endless iron sand formed a wave-like barrier. As it surged, it completely blocked the attacks of the replica Torahuiska's spear of Tik-Atori in Itsali's hands. The formless arc hit the black wave, and at the same time the arc was blocked, the black iron sand also turned into dust and disappeared in the air. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. As expected of the spear of Torahuiska. Even if it was just a replica, it still had powerful lethality. No matter who it was, if they were hit by it, they would not be able to come out unscathed, even if it was him. If it was before, Wu Yan would have to be careful. That kind of absolute decomposition power is too big of a threat to him. But now, with a true ancestor bloodline, even if it's decomposed, he can recover in an instant. At most, he'll just have to enjoy the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Of course, only an idiot would enjoy the feeling of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Etzali stared blankly at the unscathed Wu Yan. He didn't care that his attack was ineffective. Instead, he asked, "Why did you use her ability?" Wu Yan stared at Etzali and sighed. "So, from the start, you didn't know anything. You even said that you want to give Mikoto happiness." This time, Etzali was silent. At the same time, there was a bit of jealousy in his eyes. That's right, he was jealous of Wu Yan. He was jealous that he could sit on a beauty. He was jealous that he could have the same ability as the person he admired. Logic told him that in this world, there can't be the same ability. The other person's ability is just similar. But his intuition told him that he really didn't know anything. He didn't know why the other person could hide his identity so well. Even their organization couldn't get any specific information about him. He didn't know why the other person had the same ability as Misaka Mikoto. And it was so strong. There were too many things that he didn't know. It made Etzali fearful. It wasn't because he was afraid of Wu Yan's mysteriousness. It was because he was afraid of his own ignorance. He was afraid. He was afraid that he really didn't know anything. He was afraid that he didn't know anything about the person he liked. He was afraid that he was being unreasonable because of his ignorance. Because Wu Yan's behavior already told him that he really didn't know anything. You bastard! The fear of the unknown made Etzali want to escape. He roared hysterically at Wu Yan, and waved the replica of Torwiska's gun of Tikutori towards Wu Yan. However, just as Etzali raised the replica of the spear of Torwiska above his shoulder, an orange beam shot out and shattered the replica into pieces before he could react. Etzali took 2 steps back in shock. He looked at Wu Yan, who was pointing a finger at him, and said in disbelief, "Super? Railgun? You can't believe it?" Wu Yan said faintly. At the same time, he took out another coin from his pocket and held it in his hand. Lightning flashed. "Do you want to confirm it with your own eyes?" Etzali felt a strange sense of danger lock onto his body. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he could only choose to believe it. His face slowly turned gray. Etzali weakly kneeled on the ground. His eyes were lifeless. "I really didn't know anything." The coldness in his wine-red eyes was slowly retracted by Wu Yan. Wu Yan sighed. At this moment, he felt that he was too evil. After all, this kind of confrontation was too much for Etzali. No matter what, the other party did it for Mikoto's sake. Even if he felt a bit uncomfortable, he didn't have the right to stop someone from liking someone. He may be petty, but he wasn't that petty. Looking at Etzali, who had completely lost his will to fight, Wu Yan looked at him with pity. This person who couldn't express his feelings, whether it was in the original work or now, he was a pitiful person. Thinking up to here, Wu Yan didn't plan on interfering anymore. He turned around and slowly walked out. When he passed by Etzali, he suddenly raised his head and said to Wu Yan, Can you promise me to protect her forever?" Hearing this, Wu Yan stopped in his tracks. In his heart, he felt a bit helpless. In the original work, when Etzali was defeated by Tume, he turned his feelings into a request. He asked Tume to protect Mikoto forever. Unfortunately, Tume only saw Mikoto as a friend. Mikoto was too far away for a LVL0 like him. Therefore, he didn't know if it was just a casual remark or if it was something serious, but Tume agreed. And now, it's still the same thing. But the target is him. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Etzali. He sighed and said softly, "You should take back what you just said. Can't I agree?" Etzali bitterly smiled. "You're right. What right do I have to make such a request?" Wu Yan shook his head and looked up at the sky. Looking at the incomparably blue sky, his voice softly echoed in this small empty alley. "The bond between me and Mikoto was formed a long time ago. It's so deep that it's incomprehensible to others." Wu Yan touched his chest and closed his eyes. He quietly listened to his own heartbeat. Because he knows, from the day he summoned Mikoto, their heartbeat has been at the same frequency. When there is still a place for us in this world, we will be together forever. When the world can no longer tolerate our existence, we will live and die together. Gently opening his eyes, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were filled with tenderness that could melt space. It was as if he could see through the barrier of space and see the beauty in the distance. Our lives are intertwined. Protecting and whatnot is no longer a word that can maintain our bond. That's right, there's no need for that. For two people whose lives are intertwined with each other, the word protect doesn't mean much anymore. As long as Wu Yan doesn't die, then Mikoto, Hinajiku, Ikaros, and Astria who are intertwined with him will never die. Wu Yan who has the true ancestor's bloodline is equivalent to having eternal life. Those who are intertwined with his life will accompany him forever. Since a long time ago, none of them could leave each other because their lives were fused together. Is there a need to protect and whatnot? Etsali listened to Wu Yan's words in a daze. His consciousness sank into an abyss from which he can never escape. Because, in front of Wu Yan's words, he felt his own heart was so small. Perhaps, this would be the best ending for him. Etsali smiled as if a burden has been lifted from his shoulders. His eyes are no longer lifeless. The black mist on his face has disappeared, revealing the face he stole from Mikoto. His smile is as bright as the sun, as if he was relieved. In his heart, all his thoughts turned into a single sentence: I wish you both happiness. In a place Wu Yan and Etsali can't see, in the corner of an empty alley, Mikoto is leaning against a cold wall. Her back is cold but her heart is warm. Beside her, there's a face that looks exactly like Etsali. To be precise, it's the real owner of this face, the real Haihara Mitsuki. He looked at Mikoto who suddenly closed her eyes and touched her chest with a mesmerizing smile on her face. Mikoto's face blushed as she recalled Wu Yan's words. She clutched her chest tightly and said in a soft voice, It's hard to tell if it's joy or dissatisfaction. Idiot, you actually said something so embarrassing. Mikoto looked at Haihara Mitsuki who was staring at her blankly. She blushed again and said in a dissatisfied tone, What are you looking at? Let's go. Haihara Mitsuki paused and said in surprise, Aren't we going to catch that imposter? Mikoto walked away, leaving only her voice in Haihara Mitsuki's ears. He will take care of everything. Chapter 222. Hearing Etsali say, I wish you all happiness, in such a relaxed tone, Wu Yan smiled. This is another almost perfect ending, isn't it? Mama, looks like it's over, meow. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He immediately turned his head towards the source of the voice. There, another familiar figure that he has only seen on screen slowly walked out from the shadows and stopped in front of Wu Yan. Seeing this figure, Wu Yan was stunned. He was a bit speechless. This is more and more like the original plot, except the main character is himself. He has short blonde hair like a leech, he's wearing a flowery shirt and shorts, light blue sunglasses on his face, and a golden chain around his neck. His arms look especially long, almost reaching his knees. He's also very tall. He looks like a hoodlum. Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Looking at the Kyushu accent in front of him and the cute sound of meow at the end of his sentence, he looks like a comedian. Wu Yan was also in disbelief. On the surface, he's Toho's neighbor and classmate, but he's also one of Toho's bad friends. Together with Toho and blue hair earrings, they're called the Idiot Trio, and he's also a serious siscon Tsuchimikado Motoharu. In reality, he's a double agent for Academy City and the British Puritan Church of Necessary Evil. At the same time, he's also a multiple agent for many organizations. In order to obtain victory, he's willing to taste blood, lie to everyone, betray the whole world, and even go against human nature. But in reality, he's an existence that protects the balance of the world he lives in. So this is the guy? Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu who still has a hoodlum smile on his face, Wu Yan suddenly felt like he's been deceived by the world. He really can't connect the complicated Tsuchimikado Motoharu in the original work with this guy in front of him. It's not that they don't look alike, But seeing him in real life, Wu Yan really can't help but want to beat him up. Other than the glasses guy, this is another person that Wu Yan really feels like he needs to beat up. Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't know that he's already on Wu Yan's list of people that need to be beaten up. He smiled at Itsali, then looked at Wu Yan, and said to Wu Yan in a tone that needs to be beaten up. Yo, that little bro over there meow. Can you let me deal with the person next to you meow? Wu Yan took a deep look at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and sighed and said so. Even though I have nothing to lose by letting you deal with him, and it just so happens that I don't know how to deal with him. Now that you're here, you've solved my problem. Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile widened when he heard Wu Yan's words. However, Wu Yan's next sentence froze Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile. Glancing at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, Wu Yan shrugged. But I have a change. Why? Tsukimike's Motoharu's smile had already disappeared. With his status, it was easy for him to investigate Itsali's background. Since the other party was able to defeat Itsali, then he must be very strong. He might even be level 5. So, if possible, Tsuchimikado Motoharu doesn't want to fight him. But taking Itsali away is necessary for him, so if Wu Yan doesn't want to hand him over, he can only run away. Just as Tsuchimikado Motoharu was about to run away when Wu Yan made his move, Wu Yan's next sentence made him stumble. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, or a dog fighting for its food, he fell to the ground. Because you're really asking for a beating. Tsuchimikado Motoharu climbed up from the ground, and covered his nose that hurt from the fall, and said to Wu Yan in a weird tone. Just because of this meow? Just because of this? How did I offend you meow? How did you not offend me? Hearing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu fell silent. After a while, he half knelt on the ground, his whole body turned white, and a gust of wind blew him away. Wu Yan looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with satisfaction, and his heart echoed with evil laughter. Seems like Wu Yan is quite proud of himself for defeating Tsuchimikado Motoharu. After a while, Tsuchimikado Motoharu stood up shakily, and weakly raised his arm, and said in a daze, "Please let me deal with that person meow." "Well, do as you wish," Wu Yan said with a smile. Hearing Wu Yan compromise so quickly, with Tsuchimikado Motoharu's intelligence, how could he not know that the other party is playing with him? Does he know me? Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked suspiciously at Wu Yan. He really can't remember when he met such a person. But if he says he doesn't know him, the other party seems to know him so well, and the blow to him was so thorough, since he couldn't understand. Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't think about it anymore. He walked in front of Itsali and said something to him. Itsali's face was gloomy and uncertain. Finally, he nodded as if he agreed to something. Seeing Itsali nod, Tsuchimikado Motoharu's pale face regained a bit of a smile, but that smile made Wu Yan want to give him another blow. "Little bro over there, thank you very much meow." Tsuchimikado Motoharu thanked Wu Yan with a grin. Then, he used a strange tone to tell Wu Yan that he didn't know what he was talking about. To be able to defeat this person over here, it seems that little brother's strength is not ordinary. Hearing this, Wu Yan immediately looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu warily. He didn't dare forget that this annoying person in front of him had the reputation of backstabbing. If he wasn't careful, he would be betrayed so badly that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Wu Yan warned him. "You're asking for a beating, what the hell are you up to?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu's smile froze, and he forced a smile. "Meow little brother, you're joking meow. What could I be planning?" Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain. "Who knows?" Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't say anything. Under his sunglasses, his eyes were fixed on Wu Yan, and his heart was filled with a sense of seriousness and curiosity about Wu Yan. With his special identity, if he wanted to investigate a person's background, it would be very difficult for him not to know. However, the person in front of him had made his intelligence network completely useless. An ordinary identity, a sloppy life, and a hooligan with nothing to do. This was everything that Tsuchimikado Motoharu knew about Wu Yan. But now, the other party had completely shattered the understanding he had of him in his heart. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he was strong enough to defeat Itsali was enough to shatter his understanding of him. Wu Yen was actually helpless in his heart. He didn't expect to meet this Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and in a situation where his strength was exposed with the other party's identity, it was possible that his own strength could no longer be kept a secret. Just as this thought popped up in their minds, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them for the third time, breaking the strange atmosphere at the scene. Seeing this person, Wu Yen and Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes narrowed. The difference was that Wu Yan's eyes had a trace of seriousness and helplessness, while Tsuchimikado Motoharu's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. The person who came was a girl. Her red hair was tied into 2 bundles at the back of her head. Her winter uniform was draped over her shoulders, and her upper body was completely exposed. There was only a light pink strip of cloth wrapped around her breasts like a bandage, squeezing out a deep ravine on her breasts. Her breasts were a very revealing miniskirt, as if as long as she bent down, she would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside. It was very sexy, and there was a belt around her waist that could only be used as an accessory. This kind of clothing looked like it was purposely designed to lure people to commit a crime. When he saw this figure, it was the same as when Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Itsali appeared. Wu Yen almost immediately recognized her identity. Yubiao Danshi. Chapter 223. Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Danshi. Sali. Other than Accelerator, all the surface operatives of Academy City's Black Ops organization, group, are here. Looking at these 3 surface operatives of the future Academy City's Black Ops group, Wu Yen felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect to meet so many awesome people after getting played around by that Yuri creature. Should I say, as expected of a main character's physique? A troublemaker's constitution. Yes, from the moment Tsuchimikado Danshi appeared, Wu Yen knew he was in trouble. Who is Tsuchimikado Danshi? She's the strongest spatial ability user in Academy City. Unlike Kuriko, she can move objects through space without touching them. The future Tsuchimikado Danshi aside, the current Tsuchimikado Danshi has a special identity due to her ability, the guide. She's responsible for bringing the chairman of Academy City, the person Alistair wants to meet, into the windowless building. Now that Tsuchimikado Danshi is here, it means, you're Wu Yen? Tsuchimikado Danshi didn't look at Tsuchimikado Motoharu or Itsali. Instead, she looked at Wu Yen. She hasn't experienced the Remains incident yet, so she didn't show any signs of joining Academy City's Black Ops organization. Naturally, she doesn't care about the double agent and magician here. Looking at Tsuchimikado Danshi, who's as revealing as Ikaros and Astria in their light armor, for the first time Wu Yen thought girls shouldn't come knocking on his door. However, Wu Yen didn't have much resistance against meeting Alistair. He knew his battery barrier ability would only last for a short while. With Alistair's intellect, when the hovering loop had lost its effect, he had probably been secretly setting up a trap to lure him out. Perhaps everything that had happened today was his doing. That's why Wu Yen prepared himself for today's arrival. He just didn't think this day would come so soon. Glancing at the nonchalant Tsuchimikado Danshi, Wu Yen said softly, "Alistair wants to see me?" When he said that, all 3 of them were stunned. Hasuki immediately put away her nonchalant expression, and together with Tsuchimikado Motoharu, they looked at Wu Yen with a serious expression. "Era Meow, bro, you even know that person Meow? Looks like you're not simple Meow." The 3 Meows conveyed the shock in their hearts. They can feel how casual Wu Yen is when he mentioned the name that struck fear in their hearts. It was as if he didn't put the name Alistair in his eyes. Actually, Wu Yen is quite wary of Alistair. But Alistair doesn't have the qualifications to make him, a transmigrator, feel fearful of him. "Yes, the chairman wants to see you." Her respectful tone showed how unsettled she was. The fact that he could so casually mention the name she feared meant that the person in front of her wasn't someone she could afford to provoke. "That's fine too." Wu Yen took a few steps forward and stopped in front of Seiki. Looking at her slightly cowering eyes, he whispered, "Gratitude and grudges will be settled once and for all." His voice was as soft as a mosquito's, but when it reached the ears of the 3 people present, It was no less than a heavy bomb. Hey, bro, don't tell me you're planning to have a falling out with that person? Even the word, meow, was ignored by Tsuchimikado Motoharu. This proved how shocked he was in his heart. When Wu Yen heard Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, he sighed faintly. If we were to have a falling out, we would have done so a long time ago. That one sentence scared the three of them. They didn't expect Wu Yen to have a falling out with that person. Wu Yen wasn't lying. Ever since he stole the first Misaka sister and ruined Alistair's plan, they had a falling out. Tsuchimikado Danshi, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali were shocked by Wu Yan's words, but they weren't stupid. Tsuchimikado Motoharu quickly stood up and said to Wu Yen, I say, bro, if it's possible, it's better if you don't get into too much trouble with that person. You know, this is Academy City. If you get into too much trouble with that person, it won't do anyone any good. Wu Yen looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with a faint smile. Do you think I'm afraid of Academy City? Wu Yen ignored Azali, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali's reactions. He laughed and shook his head. If it wasn't for that person by Alistair's side, I wouldn't have had to play so many tricks with him. That person, existence, Tsuchimikado Danshi, Tsuchimikado Motoharu, and Itsali's hearts were in turmoil. The three of them trembled and were speechless. How could the three of them not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? The chairman of Academy City seems to have some hidden trump card. They can feel that if they continue to listen, they will come into contact with the deepest secrets of Alistair's heart. What he didn't know is that his words have already caused the three people here to be unable to calm down for a long time. Maybe if he knew, Wu Yen would be secretly pleased with himself, who knows? Tsuchimikado Motoharu took a few deep breaths and threw away all the complicated thoughts in his heart. His eyes under the sunglasses looked deeply at Wu Yen. Then, Tsuchimikado Motoharu took a few steps forward. Little bro, I don't know how deep your background is to be able to say that you're not afraid of Academy City, but I can feel that what you're saying isn't false. That's why I'm begging you, please don't fall out with that existence. I'm counting on you. Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's tone that lost its meow sound and sounded very solemn and sincere, Wu Yan's heart was slightly uncomfortable. He also knows why Tsuchimikado Motoharu would say such words and even use the word request. In his heart, perhaps he has already become an existence that is not inferior to Alistair. If he falls out with Alistair, then when the two of them fight, it will definitely implicate a lot of people. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. When that happens, Tsuchimikado Motoharu's wish to protect the balance of his world will be completely shattered. Perhaps Tsuchimikado Motoharu thinks that he is on the same level as Alistair. With his own strength, he might not be able to stop the consequences of the two immortals fighting. That's why he said that. However, Wu Yen bitterly smiled in his heart. Tsuchimikado Motoharu thinks that his relationship with Alistair can be eased, but he doesn't know that from another point of view, the two of them can't be eased. If Alistair wants to carry out his plan, then the existence of his sisters is absolutely indispensable. Wu Yen, on the other hand, will not allow Alistair to use the sisters like he did before, using them as tools. This is a fundamental conflict of interest. How can it be eased? So in other words, unless one of them gives up, Wu Yen and Alistair won't be able to get along peacefully. Tsuchimikado Motoharu's hope of easing the tension from his side is unrealistic. His wine-red eyes stared at Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu fearlessly looked back at Wu Yen. Wu Yen knows that if he doesn't give him an answer, then this unscrupulous backstabber, for the sake of peace in his heart, wouldn't hesitate to overestimate himself and stab him twice. Without a plan in mind, Wu Yen can only turn 1,000 words into a single sentence. I'll try my best. Chapter 224. Academy City, School District 7, below a windowless building. Located near the center of School District 7, the building is so strange and eye-catching, but next to this building, there are no signs of life. It's like no one has visited this place for hundreds of years. Located in the center of School District 7, There's not a single person around the windowless building. It's like this place will forever be peaceful. But today, this place is destined to be chaotic. A male and female figure suddenly appeared in front of the building, adding a bit of liveliness to this place that's usually classified as an absolute paradise. The ones who appeared here are naturally Wu Yan, who came to meet Alistair, and Jiubiao Danshi, who's in charge of leading the way. Looking up at this strange building, a stream of data flashed through his eyes. Wu Yan's face froze. He was speechless for a long time. Strange sealed building, level 50. Speechless. This is the second time he's seen an item with a level. The first time was in the world of Butler Whirlwind's world, the wall in the Yaoma cave. The second time is this building in front of him. The wall is fine. After all, no matter how it's a wall, it's still a monster. It's understandable that it has a level, but what's with this building? Is it also a monster? And it's at level 50. Wu Yan's heart was filled with doubts. He suddenly had the urge to slash this building open to see what it's made of. No wonder Accelerator couldn't hurt it in the original work. Even if he was retarded at that time, he could still take care of other LV5 monsters. It seems like the reason Accelerator couldn't touch this building in the original work wasn't just because of Alistair's methods. It might be because this building itself is special. On the side, Jiubiao Danshi quietly waited. She didn't dare to rush Wu Yan. The current Wu Yan is no less than a scourge to her. Of course, Wu Yan saw Jiubiao Danshi's fear. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to be associated with that old fox, Alistair, but she put him on the same level as Alistair. Wu Yan looked at this so-called strange sealed building again. He really can't tell if it's alive like the wall. Since he can't figure it out, Wu Yan didn't want to think anymore. He put a hand on Jiubiao Danshi's shoulder. Her body unconsciously trembled. This made Wu Yan speechless to the extreme. This courage, just like in the original work, it's the opposite of Jiubiao Danshi's great heart. What a small heart. When he really faced Alistair, Wu Yan's heart was filled with calmness. He didn't know if it was because he had seen this on the screen too many times, or if it was because Wu Yan was already prepared, or if it was because of the influence of the true ancestor's bloodline. After Jiubiao Danshi brought Wu Yan in, she immediately ran away in a sorry state. To her, these two fierce tigers could bite at any time. They could kill her with a single roar. The sci-fi atmosphere around them couldn't attract Wu Yan's attention anymore. His wine-red eyes were locked on the figure floating in the culture tank. He didn't make a sound for a long time. Alistair didn't speak, so Wu Yan just looked at him quietly. Both of them fell into a strange silence, each having their own thoughts. Wu Yan didn't know what Alistair was thinking, but he felt that if he spoke first, he would be weaker. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as Wu Yan was starting to get impatient, Alistair finally opened his mouth. His mechanical voice spread gently from the surrounding space into Wu Yan's ears, causing Wu Yan, who didn't even blink, to be startled. Almost none of the people who came here were not surprised by my existence. Sir, you seem to be much calmer than I imagined. When he heard this, Wu Yan smiled faintly and glanced at Alistair's floating body with a faint disdain in his heart. Of course, he wouldn't tell Alistair that he had already seen his existence on the screen countless times. You must be joking, Chairman. I am actually very surprised as well. Wu Yan didn't know what Alistair was thinking, even though he didn't believe his own words. Getting Alistair to reveal his thoughts on his unchanging face was harder than ascending to the heavens. So that's how it is, Alistair said softly. I can't see much surprise on your face. Wu Yan smiled and looked at Alistair. In this aspect, I still need to learn a lot from you, Chairman. That would be an honor, Alistair said, like he wanted to continue this conversation with Wu Yan, but a faint pressure came from the space, letting Wu Yan know that this is the real show. Sir, you have brought me a lot of trouble. When he heard Alistair's words, Wu Yan knew that Alistair already knew that he was the hunter, the one who stole the sisters. Wu Yan didn't want to ask how Alistair found out about him. Wherever he went, there would be traces left behind. It's not like he didn't go out all day, and his reputation has already spread through the entire Academy City School District 7 because of Mikoto and Shokuha Misaki's relationship. With too many flaws, it would be strange if Alistair didn't discover him. You're wrong. Wu Yan stared at Alistair with his wine-red eyes. An indescribable glint flashed through his eyes. The one who brings trouble to others will always be you, Alistair, not others. When he heard Wu Yan's words, Alistair's floating body stopped and returned to normal. Sir, you seem to know a lot of things. It's not that I know a lot, Wu Yan said lightly, it's just that if it's something related to you, you should at least know a little about it to avoid being kept in the dark. Sir, you must be joking. Originally, the birth of the military clones was Mikoto's own doing. How could it have anything to do with concealing? Oh. Wu Yan sneered and said, if that's the case, then I think Mikoto won't be disturbed by unknown people anymore, right? Alistair fell silent. Then, the mechanical noise of an ancient well rang out once more. As long as Sir can fulfill my request, as long as your request isn't too excessive. Alistair went silent again, and after a long time, he said, I don't understand, sir. Why would you take such a strong stance for some scientific product? Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Alistair. The pressure of a true ancestor spread from Wu Yan's body to the entire space. You will never understand. Alistair fixed his gaze on Wu Yan. Who knows if he felt the pressure from Wu Yan's body, but he stared at the pair of wine-red eyes expressionlessly. Until, since Sir doesn't want to compromise, then I have no choice but to be rude. As soon as Alistair's voice fell, the originally calm space suddenly began to fluctuate with a bang. Like boiling water, thick ripples began to form. A terrifying aura came out of nowhere and locked onto Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's body stiffened and all his muscles tensed up on reflex. A wild alarm sounded in Wu Yan's mind, telling Wu Yan how bad his situation was right now. Wu Yan clenched his teeth, his wine-red eyes turned golden as he gathered all his strength to resist the terrifying aura coming from Alistair. He met Alistair's gaze head-on without any fear. This scene continued for an unknown period of time. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps it was a lifetime. Finally, another wave of fluctuation came from a certain corner of this space. Chapter 225. Alistair and Wu Yan looked at each other quietly. Neither of them spoke, but the space around them was no longer as silent as usual. Instead, it was rippling violently like water. Relying on the full power of its true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan's originally wine-red pupils had turned golden. There were only two possibilities for such a situation to occur. First, the blood-sucking impulse exclusive to the true ancestor bloodline had erupted. Unable to control one's desire to suck blood, one's pupils would turn golden. However, Wu Yan's blood-sucking impulse had long been purified by the white fruit of cleansing. Therefore, such a situation would never occur to him again. The second possibility for the pupils to turn golden was to activate the power of the true ancestor bloodline. Erupting with full power, the true ancestor bloodline was used to the extreme. At this moment, Wu Yan was in such a situation. However, even if Wu Yan activated the true ancestor bloodline to the extreme, he still couldn't completely cancel out that inexplicable eruption of aura that was locked onto him. Such a powerful aura was not something Alistair could achieve by himself. Therefore, it was obvious who the owner of this aura was. That Alistair used his wife as a sacrifice to summon an angel that was different from the one recorded in the Bible. Suddenly, in a corner of the space where Wu Yan and Alistair were already fluctuating, the fluctuations began to condense purposefully. Like a black hole, it spiraled and absorbed, causing Wu Yan's mind to tremble. An extremely resplendent light shot out from the condensed black hole. With the momentum of a sharp arrow, it violently attacked Wu Yan, whose pupils had already shrunk to the size of needles. Danger! Extreme danger! If things went wrong, he would die once. Such a thought rose from Wu Yan's heart almost as soon as the light shot out. At the same time, the light had already arrived in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan's heart gradually calmed down as he faced the incoming light. He knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge this light attack. However, this did not mean that Wu Yan had given up resisting and was prepared to welcome his own death. With the true ancestor bloodline, Wu Yan could not die at all. Moreover, Wu Yan did not only have the true ancestor bloodline as his trump card. The destructive aura of light smashed into Wu Yan's body. It was certain that once the attack took effect, Wu Yan's chest would definitely open up a huge hole. However, when the light hit Wu Yan's body, a strange ripple suddenly spread out from Wu Yan's body. It was like a sound wave, sticking close to Wu Yan's body and spreading out bit by bit. Ha! A light, ethereal sound, accompanied by static, was heard when the ripple spread out from Wu Yan's body. Alistair, who was in the culture tank, froze. He knew that the owner of the sound would not make a sound for no reason. The only possibility was that his attack was ineffective. The formless ripples collided with the beam of light. In the next second, both the ripples and the beam of light actually disappeared without a trace. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Drinking the resplendent breath before coming had been the right choice. Alistair looked at the unscathed Wu Yan with an expressionless face. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that small bubbles were forming in the liquid around him. Following the disappearance of the light and the ripples, an ethereal noise that had just been heard reverberated in this space. How did you do that? I was sigh. Wu Yan's heart froze, but his mouth was full of mockery. Do you want me to explain to the person who wanted to kill me how I survived? The owner of the voice, Awasai, spoke with a faint static sound. Indeed, I shouldn't have asked that question. However, I can roughly guess that you relied on external help to block my attack, right? I don't know. Perhaps I relied on my own strength? No, you don't have that strength. Awasai said without holding back. Of course, Wu Yan didn't care, perhaps he couldn't stand Wu Yan's indifference. It disappeared, but his voice rang in Wu Yan's ears. If I'm not wrong, there should be a time limit to your current state. Wu Yan's heart shook as he secretly admired Iwasai. As expected of the boss of Magic Seal, his observation skills and strength are truly terrifying. Wu Yan didn't try to hide it and nodded. That's right. I can probably only drink tea and chat with you guys before the time limit is up. In other words, there is still time to drink tea and chat with you guys. Seems like that is the case. At this moment, Alistair suddenly spoke. However, relying on external help is still relying on external help. I think, even if I can't restrain you in a short period of time, it should be easy to trap you without harming you, as long as I trap you and wait for the time limit to arrive. Then, following Alistair's words, a familiar yet unfamiliar aura once again enveloped Wu Yan and locked him in place. After hearing Alistair's words, Wu Yan laughed in disdain. A crystal-like scroll appeared in Wu Yan's hand in the blink of an eye. Wu Yan sneered at Alistair and said coldly, "You can try, maybe you can really make me stay." Alistair narrowed his eyes and went silent. He looked at the crystal scroll in Wu Yan's hand with an indescribable expression. Then he looked at Wu Yan, as if he wanted to see something from his face. Alistair was disappointed. All he could see was Wu Yan's calm and confident face. I didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Playing with the return scroll in his hand, Wu Yan smiled. Don't mock me for relying on external help. Didn't you use all the external help you can use as well? Alistair didn't care about Wu Yan's sarcasm and suddenly said, "It seems like we can't make you stay." Wu Yan calmly listened to Alistair's words. However, Alistair's next sentence made Wu Yan unable to calm down. However, I wonder if your little girlfriends have as many tricks up their sleeves? Killing intent flashed in his golden eyes. Wu Yan forced himself to calm down. However, the more he forced himself to calm down, the angrier he became. Wu Yan's body, which was strengthened by his ascension to primogenitor, almost got burned to ashes. Alistair, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't see anything and continued, "Even if your Excellency's little girlfriends have the same external power as your Excellency, I can still issue a warrant for your arrest to the entire Academy City. Perhaps you don't have a lot of connections and can ignore the bounty of Academy City with your own strength. However, from what I know, Misaka Mikoto is the exact opposite of you. She has a lot of connections." His pupils shrank. Originally, there was only a trace of killing intent in his eyes. However, due to Alistair's provocation, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Alistair, on the other hand, felt like his words weren't clear enough, so he continued. Misaka Mikoto is someone who values her friendship a lot. If Academy City places a bounty on her, then the people she values will take action against her under the protection of Academy City. A thick blood-red aura began to climb up Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan lowered his head so his expression couldn't be seen. When that happens, Misaka Mikoto will fight against her beloved Academy City together with you. She will fight against the people she values and kill each other. Chapter 226. Following Alistair's emotionless voice, Wu Yan finally couldn't suppress the anger and killing intent in his heart and exploded. A thick blood-red aura covered his body. Wu Yan fiercely raised his head. A pair of golden pupils stared at Alistair's body like a ferocious beast. With a flip of his hand, a light flashed and a transparent longbow shaped like a wing, completely black as ink, with starlight flickering within it, appeared in Wu Yan's hands. Wu Yan raised it up. Draw the bow. When Wu Yan made this move, the brilliance between heaven and earth, like bees that saw bees, turned into shaped starlight, suffused with a faint silver glow, and madly gathered towards Wu Yan's hands. The moment heaven and earth lost their color, Iwa's aura that originally filled every corner of this space was suddenly torn apart like paper, and was replaced by the terrifying aura emitted from the elegant longbow in Wu Yan's hands. Alistair's face that had remained unchanged for 10,000 years finally began to fluctuate slowly. Although the range was very small, it was simply inconceivable for this face that had never shown any clear emotions before. As for Iwa's, there was still no trace of him at the scene. Only behind Alistair's culture tank, a faint figure flashed there. The aura around his body was extremely dense. Starlight as bright as the Milky Way gradually gathered on the transparent, elegant longbow. As more and more starlight was added, a glittering silver arrow appeared on the bow of Meteor Knight, and in Wu Yan's hands. An extreme sense of danger rushed into Alistair's heart. Starlight swam around Meteor Knight and the silver arrow, rendering them like comets in the night sky, beautiful and powerful. The golden pupils under his bangs slowly raised, facing Alistair in the culture tank. Wu Yan said softly, "Try it, Alistair." Wu Yan's meaning was clear. He wanted Alistair to try what he said just now, and put them on the wanted list. With Alistair's decisive personality, if Wu Yan said that just now, he wouldn't hesitate to put them on the wanted list, forcing the sentimental Mikoto to commit the crime, and then slowly eliminate Wu Yan and find the Misaka sister. But at this moment, he hesitated. The reason was the arrow in Wu Yan's hand that was aimed at him, and the aura of death that came from his heart. The situation was completely reversed. The one who was threatening him became the one being threatened. And the person who was threatened became the target of the threat. Moreover, the threat was successful. Alistair's eyes flickered. How many years has it been since he felt death so close to him? To think that there would be a day when he would be threatened by someone. You better think it through. While Alistair was hesitating, Ives used some unknown method to let his voice ring in Alistair's mind. Alistair's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, could it be that even you don't have the confidence to block that Bao's attack? Oz was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking, and then he said, I have the confidence to block that Bao's attack, but I don't have the confidence to not get hurt. Alistair's heart shook, and he couldn't respond for a long time. Oz seemed to know that under Alistair's calm exterior, his heart was shaken, so he said directly in his mind, that Bao is extremely dangerous. It gives me the feeling that even the legendary Angel Slayer's sword is on the same level. Plus, he has an inexplicable defense on his body. I have no way to stop him. If I get hit by his attack, getting hurt would only be a light injury. As for you, I can't protect you. This time, Alistair was completely silent. Seeing Alistair's silence, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with anger, and the arrow in his hand pulled back again, and the arrow in his hand was fully drawn. Feeling Wu Yan's actions, the death aura in his heart became thicker, and Alistair couldn't stay silent anymore. Don't force me. If someone who knew Alistair heard this, their jaw would hit the floor, but Wu Yan understood Alistair's meaning. He still hasn't given up on his plan, even if death is so close to him. In other words, if I really force him, he wouldn't mind dying together with me. Wu Yan gritted his teeth. He wanted to release the arrow several times, but he couldn't make up his mind to let go. He really didn't think that under the threat of death, Alistair still hasn't given up on his ambition. Is his plan that important? If possible, Wu Yan really doesn't want to come to this point, because if Academy City loses Alistair, then it will definitely welcome the army of the magic faction in an instant. To put it bluntly, the entire Academy City is supported by Alistair alone, and if Alistair dies, then it will be the end of Academy City. At that time, Mikoto, Kuriko, Ueharu, Ruko, and the others, even if Wu Yan can take them away from this world, but to watch Academy City's population of 2.3 million, 80% of the students and children, die because of his actions, Wu Yan really can't do anything. At this time, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words. If possible, it's better to not have a falling out with Alistair, but the sisters. Suddenly, Wu Yan had a flash of inspiration. Alistair only wants the AIM field that originally only existed in Academy City to be able to cover the whole world, not the sisters themselves. If he can make AIM spread to the whole world, then he and Alistair won't have a direct conflict of interest. As for how to make AIM's field spread to the whole world, he has the system item, so what's there to worry about? Field Amplifier, a special tool for virtual fields. It can expand an invisible field infinitely according to the multiplier requirement. 100,000 item points. After finding what he needed, Wu Yan took a deep breath and put down Meteor Shower. Following Wu Yan's action, the silver arrow turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared. Seeing Wu Yan suddenly put down that terrifying bow, Alistair's eyes flashed. He didn't expect Wu Yan to do this. Did he compromise? Alistair. Wu Yan looked at Alistair and said in a deep voice, "You want me to give up the sisters?" "That's impossible." Alistair didn't say anything after hearing that. With Wu Yan's resistance, he would be surprised if he suddenly agreed to give up the sisters. He knew that Wu Yan must have something else to say. Coldly looking at Alistair and the golden figure behind him, Wu Yan said indifferently, "Isn't your goal to spread the AIM field in Academy City to the whole world? I have a way." Wu Yan felt the aura around Alistair change when he said that, but his face didn't change at all. Wu Yan admired his calmness. Alistair stared at Wu Yan for a while. With a flip of his hand, Wu Yan put Meteor Shower back into his space ring. His golden eyes turned back to wine red as he stared at Alistair. Both sides fell into silence again. After a while, Alistair said, "If you can really do it." Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled. He knew that he won again. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaobiao Danshi appeared again. She looked at Alistair with fear, then at Wu Yan with an even more fearful gaze. She cautiously and conscientiously led Wu Yan out. With Wu Yan's departure, the space fell into silence once more. That unchanging figure looked at the field amplification device not far away and he started mumbling to himself. An unknown pressure, a terrifying weapon, and a miraculous tool. What kind of existence are you? Chapter 227. Academy City School District 7, under a windowless building, Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief when Xiaobiao Danshi brought him out of Alistair's room. Alistair's room was magical but also depressing. Alistair was probably the only one who could stay in there for a long time without suffocating. Anyway, with Wu Yan's personality, he wouldn't stay in there for too long. "I'm really bored to death." Wu Yan sighed. Looking at the cowering Xiaobiao Danshi, he sighed again. He's being hated by a girl. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and rubbed his chin. He suddenly reached out and caressed Xiaobiao Danshi's face. Shocked, she subconsciously tried to dodge, but Wu Yan's hand that was caressing her face had already pinched her delicate chin, making it impossible for her to escape. Looking at Xiaobiao Danshi's pretty face, Wu Yan chuckled and lifted her chin. His face slowly moved closer to hers. "You seem afraid of me," Wu Yan said softly. His face was only a finger's distance away from Xiaobiao Danshi's face. He could even see the sweat on her nose. Xiaobiao Danshi's eyes flickered. She met Wu Yan's wine-red eyes and turned her head away unnaturally. No. Wu Yan moved closer, just a little bit more and their lips would touch. Then why don't you dare look at me? His face is so close to hers that she started panicking. She wanted to dodge, but her chin is being gripped tightly by the other party. She wanted to run, but she's afraid that Wu Yan will get angry. For Jiubiao Danqi, Wu Yan was scarier than Alistair. At least Alistair wouldn't tease her like this. Seeing Wu Yan's face getting closer and closer, Jiubiao Danqi resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes, waiting for her first kiss to come. Time passed little by little. Jiujia Danqi was waiting. Seconds felt like days and days felt like years. She waited for a long time, but her lips were not captured by him. She couldn't help but open her eyes to check the situation. She saw Wu Yan's wine-red eyes filled with laughter. Why are you closing your eyes? Wu Yan held back his laughter and asked Jiubiao Danqi teasingly. He seemed to be asking the obvious. Jiubiao Danqi froze and stuttered. Don't you want to? What do I want to do? When he heard Jiubiao Danqi's stuttering words, Wu Yan's smile deepened and the corners of his mouth lifted. Jiubiao Danqi didn't realize that Wu Yan was teasing her. She was a complete idiot. She awkwardly looked away, not daring to look at Wu Yan again. Seeing this, Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. He nodded in satisfaction as if he's happy that he's the one who created this situation. He loosened his grip on Jiubiao Danqi's chin. Jiubiao Danqi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She teleported away without looking back. Recalling the overbearing yet cowardly Kaneki in the original work, as well as the little girly Kaneki that he teased just now, Wu Yan felt a sense of accomplishment. At this time, Wu Yan's phone rang. Before Wu Yan could answer the call, the phone picked up on its own. Alistair's voice could be heard from the other end of the line. I forgot to tell you, final production ran away last night. What did you say? Wu Yan was shocked. He wasn't shocked that final opus ran away, he was shocked by what happened after she ran away. As expected, Alistair quickly pointed out Wu Yan's worries. Final production was taken away by the person in charge of the Absolute Aptitude Evolution Project, Amai Ao. Wu Yan's heart sank. He picked up the phone and asked in a low voice. Where's Accelerator? Oh. Alistair seemed surprised when Wu Yan mentioned Accelerator. He was surprised that Wu Yan knew that Accelerator was related to this project. As for Alistair's expressionless face, who knows if he was surprised or not? Of course, Alistair wouldn't ask Wu Yan. It would be a waste of time anyway. He could only bury his doubts in his heart. Accelerator has already caught up with them. I got it. Send the location to my phone. Wu Yan said bluntly. Alistair didn't care. He sent the location to Wu Yan's phone and hung up. Looking at the map that was just sent to him, he cursed his bad luck a few times. Then, he rushed towards the marked location as fast as he could. Since Accelerator is already there, it means that Accelerator has been affected by final production. It's about time for him to clear his name. This is why Wu Yan is in such a hurry. It's not that he doesn't want Accelerator to save the last item, it's because if Accelerator tries to save the last item, the same thing that happened in the original work will happen again. Final production was injected with the virus and Accelerator used his own ability to detoxify the virus. Then, Amai Ao ambushed him and turned him into a retarded version of Accelerator. But this time, there was no Misaka network to connect him to his sisters. Unless Wu Yan released all of his sisters, Accelerator would have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Wu Yan wouldn't allow that to happen. On the other side, faster, faster, faster. Amai Ao looked at Mikoto who was sitting next to him. She had her eyes closed and was panting. She looked like she was in pain. Final production was writing something on her laptop. Amai Ao's face was covered in cold sweat. He shouted anxiously, hang in there until the virus is activated. Amai Ao seemed very anxious as he did not know that the words he just uttered were enough to make some people chop him into pieces. But soon his anxiety turned into fear. The man had short white hair, a pair of vermilion eyes, and the prisoner's clothes had been changed into normal clothes. He had an evil smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Amai Ao. Accelerator. Ao was shocked. He hurriedly started the engine of the car. When Accelerator thought that he was going to escape, he did not expect that the other party would directly crash into him. Accelerator laughed as if he was mocking something. He stood there motionless. Soon, Ao's car crashed into Accelerator's thin body. After a strange sound, the expected collision did not happen. Accelerator was still standing on the same spot. Instead, it was Ao's car that was twisted into a ball, as if it had crashed into an iron wall. Accelerator smiled disdainfully as he looked at Aoi in the car. "How should I deal with you then?" Hearing this, Ao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly got out of the car. However, Accelerator stepped on the front of the car lightly, and his movement was stopped. Accelerator couldn't be bothered to look at Ao anymore. He turned to look at Last Work, and when he saw that she was safe and sound, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw her gasping for breath, he frowned again. Accelerator picked up his phone and said something to someone. However, as time passed, a trace of worry flashed across Accelerator's usually cold and indifferent face. Suddenly, as if she was having a seizure, the computer trembled violently. Then, a string of incomprehensible gibberish came out of her mouth. On the computer screen of Ao's computer, a large number of red boxes started flashing. Accelerator clenched his teeth and placed a hand on Last Work's forehead. Then he closed his eyes. A gun was pointed at Accelerator's forehead from the other side of the car. Chapter 228. The sound of a bullet being loaded echoed clearly in the quiet room. It also startled Accelerator, who was concentrating on getting rid of the virus in the last product's body. Accelerator's pupils shrank when he saw Ao struggling to get up from the ground. He was holding a gun in his hand, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. He looked like he was in a sorry state. "Don't stop me." Ao managed to squeeze out a few words, but his trembling body and the gun in his hand betrayed him. Accelerator looked at the gun that was aimed at him. Normally, it was no different from scrap metal to him. He could even reflect missiles, let alone a gun. However, at this moment, this piece of scrap metal that he usually disdained was even more terrifying than those missiles. Accelerator, who was helping the last product to get rid of the virus, had already transferred all his computing power to this precise task. He had no extra computing power to do anything else. In other words, Accelerator had no way of reflecting the gun's attack. Accelerator glanced at the display screen on the side of the computer. He gritted his teeth and didn't take his hand off the Last Work's head. Because, in the last 10 seconds, the Last Work's virus could be completely eliminated. If he stopped at this time, his final work would really be beyond saving. Gazing at the muzzle of the pistol without blinking his eyes, Accelerator exclaimed inside, "Hurry up, hurry up. After a short while, I will be able to take my hand back from the Last Work. At the same time, I will have no computing ability left. As long as I have my computing ability back, that pistol will become a piece of scrap metal." Unfortunately, there was not enough time. In the last few seconds, Ao had already pulled the trigger. At this moment, a figure appeared. When Wu Yan arrived, Ao had aimed his gun at Accelerator. Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that even God did not want anything to happen to Accelerator. With a slight movement of his finger, a layer of iron sand suddenly burst out from the ground where Ao was standing. It coiled around Ao's wrist, and with a gentle twist, Ao's hand, which was holding the spear, was neatly cut off. "Ah!" Ao screamed in pain as he held his severed hand. However, before he could scream, a wave of iron sand came out of the ground and shredded him into pieces in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a pool of blood that fell from the sky. Wu Yan stood behind the pool of blood, looking as if he was bathed in it. He smiled evilly. Accelerator was stunned when he saw this. He stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was standing in the middle of the rain of blood, without a single drop of blood on his body. Accelerator was not someone who had never seen blood before. In fact, he was a person who was often accompanied by blood. Naturally, he would not be shocked by Wu Yan's cruel method of killing. What shocked him was that he did not know why, but he felt that Wu Yan was a perfect match for the blood. It was as if he was supposed to be bathed in blood. It was a little different from before. It felt as if the other party had become an existence of a higher level. Wu Yan did not know what was going on in Accelerator's mind. If he did, he would not have thought much of it. A true ancestor was the highest level of vampire. What was so strange about it being compatible with blood? Wu Yan ignored the pool of blood and walked towards Accelerator. This action woke Accelerator up from his stupor. Accelerator was confused when he saw Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. They were the same color as his. But that quickly disappeared. Why did Wu Yan become like this? It has nothing to do with him. That's not what he cared about. Why did you save me? Accelerator narrowed his eyes and asked Wu Yan. He didn't understand why Wu Yan came to save him when they were enemies not long ago. Wu Yan took a long look at Accelerator. He couldn't help but sigh when he saw how unscathed Accelerator is. Not long ago, Accelerator was almost cut in half by Astria's sword, but now, he's jumping around as if nothing happened to him. That kind of injury is not something that can be healed in a few days. It might take months to recover, but Accelerator is completely fine. In Wu Yan's memories, the only one who can do this is Soul Hunter of the Underworld. Unbelievable, Vian smiled when he saw Accelerator staring at him. He didn't seem to care at all. Why can't I save you? Accelerator was taken aback. He frowned and looked at Wu Yan with cold eyes. Don't bullshit me. You should know what I mean. Wu Yan shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew Accelerator wouldn't be patient enough to listen to him ramble on. Then why did you save Last Work? Accelerator fell silent. He glanced at Last Work, who has calmed down. After a while, he clicked his tongue and left. Wu Yan hurriedly called out to him. Hey, Accelerator, where are you going? It's none of your business. Accelerator didn't hold back in his insults, but Wu Yan didn't mind. You're going to leave just like that? What about this little girl? Accelerator stopped, and he turned around to look at Wu Yan with a confused expression. What do you mean? Isn't she your target? Wu Yan nodded in realization. Accelerator thought he was going to take away the final product, just like he did with the sisters. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. No, this little girl isn't my goal. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you're here to save me? Accelerator tilted his head in a mocking manner as if he's amused by his own words. But, to his surprise, Wu Yan nodded. That's right. I'm here to save you. Hey, are you kidding? Accelerator didn't believe Wu Yan's words. His eyes gradually turned hostile. He thinks Wu Yan is toying with him. Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. He patted Last Work's head and said to Accelerator, I'll leave this little girl to you from now on. Accelerator really wanted to laugh, and he did laugh out loud. Looks like you're really here to make fun of me. Wu Yan ignored Accelerator. He patted Last Work's head again and turned around to leave. Accelerator's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at Wu Yan, who walked away without hesitation. He was furious and kicked Mai Axio's twisted car. As Accelerator moved, the hood of the car detached from the body of the car as if it was controlled by a giant hand. Then, it flew towards Wu Yan with lightning speed. Wu Yan didn't even turn his head, as if he didn't notice the car coming towards him. He kept walking. When the car was about to hit him, he tilted his body slightly to the side to avoid the car. He then continued walking while waving his hand casually. Since I've decided to save someone, I won't hurt anyone anymore. After he finished speaking, his figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Accelerator stared at Wu Yan's back in a daze. He didn't come back to his senses until Wu Yan disappeared. Wu Yan's words echoed in his ears. He didn't know what to feel. Accelerator glanced at the final product with a complicated expression. In the end, he sighed and hugged the final product. Damn you, little brat. You only know how to cause trouble. Chapter 229. Academy City School District 7, Tokuwadai Dormitory. Early in the morning, the sun slowly shines down from the sky, passing through layers of clouds and shrouding the ground that was just covered by the night, bringing a touch of warmth to the cold ground. In the dormitory of Tokuwadai, all the young ladies got up from their beds one after another and started their day after day, year after year of middle school life. Even though it was a holiday today, they still couldn't hide in their warm beds. Who knows if it was a special rule of Tokuwadai or if it was a habit of theirs. Usually, at this time, the Missy from Tokuwadai would have finished washing up and headed to the commercial street in the center of the school district. But today, there was no sign of the young ladies who were preparing to go out on the streets at the entrance of the Tokuwadai dormitory. They were all hiding in the corners of the dormitory and looking at the entrance as though they had seen something unbelievable. None of them wanted to go forward. Because there's a figure standing there that normally wouldn't appear at this time. Her long blonde hair was casually draped behind her head, and she carried a small white bag on her back. The sunlight shone on her hair, which was the same color as her hair, emitting a golden glow. She wore a pair of white gloves on her hands and a pair of white stockings on her feet. Her star-shaped eyes stared in one direction, as if she was waiting for something. She was wearing the uniform of Tokuwadai, which was the same as the other young ladies. However, when she wore it, she had a different kind of charm. This was because the owner of the uniform had a great heart that the other girls in Tokuwadai did not have. It's Shokuha Misaki herself. Shokuha Misaki is standing in front of Tokuwadai's dormitory door early in the morning, waiting. The Missy from Tokuwadai didn't choose to go out because they saw their queen at the door. Girls are all gossipy creatures. This sentence can't be applied to all girls, but it's applicable to most of them. Obviously, the Missy from Tokuwadai are one of those gossipy creatures. When they saw Shokuha Misaki standing in front of Tokuwadai's dormitory door, they're boiling because their queen is obviously waiting for someone. Could it be her boyfriend? Her Majesty the Queen is going on a date with her boyfriend? Once this idea popped up, it instantly went out of control and spread like wildfire. Within a short 5 minutes, it had spread throughout the entire Tokuwadai dormitory and attracted everyone. Ever since Mikoto became the second, her influence in Tokuwadai became even greater. At this time, Shokuha Misaki's influence didn't decrease in the slightest. Many Tokuwadai's young ladies also deeply admired Shokuha Misaki from the bottom of their hearts. So, now that Shokuha Misaki has a boyfriend, the commotion in Tokuwadai will definitely not be any less than the last time she went out on a date. At this time, they didn't know that the person Shokuha Misaki was waiting for was the same person she went on a date with last time. At a certain moment, Shokuha Misaki's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked in a certain direction. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, making those Tokuwadai girls who were looking forward to her almost screamed. At the same time, they also noticed that in the direction Shokuha Misaki was looking at, there was a figure walking towards them. A figure that caused them so much pain that they wanted to chop him into pieces. It's that scum! One of the misses from Tokuwadai couldn't help but exclaim. Following her exclamation, the other misses from Tokuwadai were all stunned as they stared at Wu Yen, who is approaching Shokuha Misaki. What's going on? How can it be that scum? At this moment, all the Tokuwadai girls, without exception, were crazily roaring this sentence in their hearts. Ever since the last Midsummer Festival, Wu Yen publicly announced that their Misaka-sama is a member of his Crystal Palace. The title scum has spread throughout the Tokuwadai along with Shiroi Kuriko's secret plot. None of them didn't want to chop Wu Yen into pieces because Mikoto is the trump card of their Tokuwadai, the third of the 7 LV5 Tokuwadai girls in Academy City. Every Tokuwadai girl has a deep yearning for Mikoto just like how they yearn for Shokuha Misaki. But on that day, their hearts were broken. Their Misaka-sama was taken in by a powerless hooligan. Moreover, he was taken into Crystal Palace. From that day onwards, every single girl in Tokuwadai started hating Wu Yen. And after Mikoto defeated Kakin Taidaku and became the second Tokuwadai girl in Academy City, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be suppressed. Now, even another object of their yearning has fallen into his arms. At this moment, The anger in their hearts suddenly rose. It's not like they didn't know about Shokuha Misaki's date with Wu Yen. However, Wu Yan's declaration at the Crystal Palace during the Midsummer Festival made the Oniai-san of Tokuwadai believe that their Kohosama would never share a man with another woman. Thus, they didn't think of Wu Yen as a possible suspect. So, when Wu Yen appeared, the Tokuwadai girls, other than disbelief, their monstrous resentment also solidified and broke through the clouds. Wu Yen, who was about to greet Shokuha Misaki, suddenly shuddered. A chill crept up his spine, causing Wu Yan's body to tremble again and again. Ever since he became a true ancestor, under the influence of the noble true ancestor bloodline, even Iwasai couldn't give Wu Yen this kind of warning. But now Wu Yen actually shuddered. For a moment, Wu Yen thought he was being watched by the god of this world, that is, Jehovah. Little did he know, the ones who are watching him are just a bunch of young ladies who don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Almost as soon as Wu Yen appeared, Shokuha Misaki's gaze fell on Wu Yan's pair of wine-red eyes that suddenly changed a few days ago. Then, she covered her mouth and laughed from the bottom of her heart. For some reason, Shokuha Misaki is very happy that Wu Yen has the same pair of eyes as her. She doesn't know why she's feeling this way, but she's not sure why. It's not polite to make a lady wait. Shokuha Misaki sweetly smiled at Wu Yen and said. Hearing this, Wu Yen suspiciously took out his phone. Looking at this 6:40 on the display, he asked Shokuha Misaki, "Isn't it not time yet? You didn't say 7 last time but 6 last time?" Shokuha Misaki didn't deny it and smiled. "Well, time is not an excuse for making a lady wait. Can't you come a little earlier?" Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Looking at Shokuha Misaki's sweet smile, all the energy in his body dissipated. He had arrived 20 minutes earlier than her. Since it's impossible to reason with a woman, Wu Yen raised both his hands like a hoodlum. "Fine, it's my fault, okay?" Shokuha Misaki nodded in satisfaction, took 2 steps forward and hugged Wu Yan's hands. "Date, I'm looking forward to it." Feeling Jisama rubbing her ample bosoms against his arm, Wu Yen secretly cheered in his heart. However, he maintained a helpless smile on his face. "I really don't know why you're so eager to go on a date with me. Well, don't mind the details." With that, the two of them walked off into the distance. In the Tokuwadai dormitory, the Oniai-san who were hiding in the shadows watched as Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki got further and further away. Dark aura enveloped them as they grinned eerily. Then they formed a group and chased after the two who got further and further away. Among them, there was a Tokuwadai girl with short brown hair, and a petite figure with 2 pink ponytails. Chapter 230. On a certain commercial street in the 7th district of Academy City, Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki are sticking close to each other like a real couple. While walking down the street, they are pointing at the shops and chatting happily. Be it the bachelors or the ones with girlfriends, all of them cast envious and jealous gazes at Wu Yen. The bachelors are envious because he has a girlfriend, the non-bachelors are envious because he has a beautiful girlfriend. As for the girls, they are looking at the two of them with envy. Along with the envious and jealous gazes, they are sending Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki off into the distance. However, the expressions on their faces, regardless of whether they were envious or jealous, soon all turned into frozen faces of sweat. Just as Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki's figures disappeared from their sight, a group of beautiful girls from Tokuwadai rushed up from another direction. Logically speaking, with so many beautiful girls appearing in a group, it should attract a lot of admiring gazes. But at this moment, looking at those beautiful faces, they can't even squeeze out an appreciative gaze. It should be said that as long as a person saw a group of beautiful girls covered in black gas, holding whips, brooms, stools, kitchen knives, and even scissors in their hands, and pouncing on them like wolves and tigers in front of them, they would not be able to appreciate them at all. And at the front of this group of beasts, which is also the leader, is Mikoto and Kuriko. Hiding at a distance where Wu Yen can't sense her electromagnetic field, Mikoto gritted her teeth as she looked at the two figures sticking close to each other. Blue and white electricity crackled on her forehead. "Damn Yen. He actually went on a date with that girl and came to the Tokuwadai dorm without informing me. Is blonde hair and huge breasts really that attractive to you? Seeing Mikoto's nagging, Kuriko quickly added insult to injury. One-sama, look, that scum really doesn't care about One-sama. He already has One-sama, but he still doesn't know how to be satisfied. He still goes and flirts with other girls. One-sama should just use your iron sand sword and give him a chop. Hearing this, the girls of Tokuwadai quickly added insult to injury. That's right, Misaka-sama. That scum is not worthy of you being together with him. It's better to abandon him and follow me. Without a doubt, this was a Yuri girl who looked like a black and white creature. Misaka-sama, let's just chop him up. A Tokuwadai girl who was holding a kitchen knife said. She seemed to be quite knowledgeable. No. We should throw him out on the street and parade him around. The girls of Tokuwadai who have already occupied the street said. No. For scum like him, I think we should use a pair of scissors and chop him up. This is a Tokuwadai girl who is holding a pair of scissors. By the way, she's the girl who led Wu Yen to Shokuha Misaki and told her that Mikoto has a boyfriend. She's the one who indirectly caused the relationship between One-sama and Wu Yen. No. Enough. Stop arguing. Mikoto, who was already a little annoyed, is now scared witless by this group of dangerous girls. She quickly stopped them from talking and saved a certain scum who is enjoying a date. One. Kuriko shouted at Mikoto in exasperation. Looking at how Mikoto is protecting Wu Yen, Kuriko gritted her teeth. One-sama, at this time, you should decisively abandon that scum, One-sama. Mikoto bitterly smiled. If she wanted to cut off all ties with Wu Yen, she would have already made up her mind back in the Spalier world. How could she let Wu Yen take advantage of her? Misaka-sama. Shokuha-sama and that scum are leaving again. One of the Tokuwadai girls who was assigned as a scout saw Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki heading towards a certain direction and quickly informed Mikoto. Mikoto turned her head to look. That direction, it looks like an amusement park. Yes, Misaka-sama. That amusement park is a place where the girls in school who have boyfriends often go for dates. It should be Shokuha-sama's idea, that woman. Mikoto clenched her fists tightly. You keep biting on someone else's boyfriend. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll think that I, Misaka Mikoto, only know how to flirt. Her brown eyes turned and an idea popped up in her mind. She called out to the Tokuwadai girls behind her and started whispering something to them. Then, she asked them to pass on the message on the other side. Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki have already entered the amusement park where the girls of Tokuwadai often go for dates. It's the first time he's been to a place like an amusement park. Even Wu Yen felt a sense of novelty, let alone Shokuha Misaki who has never been to these things. Looking at the roller coaster not far away, Shokuha Misaki's eyes sparkled. She tugged at Wu Yen's sleeve and said with a hint of anticipation. Hey, little Yen, let's go play that. Hearing Shokuha Misaki's words, Wu Yen teased her. What's wrong? Our Queen-sama also likes this kind of childish stuff? For the first time, Shokuha Misaki blushed and pretended to be elegant as she said, Of course I'm not interested. It's just that I'm a little curious as to why the people up there are shouting so loudly. Oh? Is that so? Wu Yen looked at Shokuha Misaki with a half-smile and held her hand. Then I hope the polite Queen-sama will maintain her manners later. Of course. Of course, this of course, was quickly broken by Queen-sama. As soon as they got on the roller coaster, Queen-sama's calm face started to show signs of nervousness. She's an exercise idiot to begin with. Looking at the twists and turns of the road, which is as high as a cliff and as low as the sea level, she started to regret it. Hey, little Yen, why don't we go play something else? Jusama couldn't help but turn her head around when the car was about to depart. She chuckled guiltily at Wu Yen. Era. Wu Yen covered his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled very elegantly. Shokuha Misaki's face turned red as she said angrily, Don't copy me. As Shokuha Misaki's angry voice sounded, the roller coaster started to move upwards. Queen Sama was shocked and tried to stand up, but Wu Yen held her back. Wu Yen chuckled. Queen Sama, the best part is yet to come, you. This was the voice of Her Highness Queen, who was shouting that screaming equals rude just now, screaming on the roller coaster. When the roller coaster finished, Wu Yen, who was holding Queen Sama, was now being held by Queen Sama like a pillar. Her limbs were strangely removed from the safety belt and railings and were wrapped around Wu Yan's body. Ju Sama's petite face turned a little pale. Her starry eyes were brimming with tears, giving her a pitiful look. Upon seeing this, not only did Wu Yen not console her, he even snickered, causing Ju Sama to glare at him. Hurry up and get off. Queen Sama just wanted to leave this roller coaster that made her lose face. However, it seems like someone doesn't want her to leave. Mikoto, Kuriko, and a group of girls from Tokuwadai were standing on a fake mountain in the amusement park. They were looking at Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki on the roller coaster with a strange smile on their faces. You want to leave? It's not time yet. Mikoto raised her electric hand and pressed it on the ground. Suddenly, blue and white electricity spread out like a spider web and touched the roller coaster's controller. At the same time, the roller coaster that had stopped trembled. Shokuha Misaki and Wu Yen, who were about to get off the roller coaster, fell back onto their seats. What's going on? What's wrong with the roller coaster? Shokuha Misaki suddenly felt an alarm in her heart, telling her that something bad is about to happen. But before she could react, the roller coaster accelerated and went back to where it came from at 3 times its original speed. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.